Dude, I'm so upset. Everything is breaking. And it's because new mouse? Not yet. No. Hello, Slay. No. This is my old mouse still. Uh, and it is failing me. It is failing me, and, um, yeah, I'm, trying to get it to not fail me. The stream look okay? Because my end is being weird. I'm gonna try to refresh my studio. That should do it. There it goes. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Ah. Oh my god. Okay. Boo will be here in a bit. But for now it is just me. Call again. So, excuse me. Apologies to you guys for the false start, because I didn't have the right settings on the stream, so I restarted it, or I wanted to restart it. I thought I could restart it in that same stream window, but of course not. That is not how this works. So I just recreated the stream, which is nice because you can do that very quickly, because you can reuse settings and shit. And now we are on the stream proper. So yeah. I'm doing well. I'm having a time. It's not a proper TableTalk stream without your technical difficulties, obviously, right? Been a little while. Hell, it's not a typical TableTalk stream apparently now until the stream is really, really late. So yeah, that's a thing. So I apologize once again. So, hello everyone, and welcome back to TableTalk, Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Greydon95. And as I said, Boo will be joining us soon. I think he was taking a shower. I think that was the thing. So, we will we'll hear from him soon, hopefully. Now, okay, good. Everything is good. I'm gonna do a little bit of a you know, waffling about for a second, just to see if he gets in here in a few minutes. Talking about D&D, it's the only language the normies know. Hello, August. Yeah, I mean, well, so we'll get to it. It's an interesting topic today. This was a video. Well, I'll get to it when we introduce it. But this video that we're going to be covering first was actually suggested by Dracokraken in our Discord a while back, and today my brain was like, I don't have any ideas. Excuse me. Oh, that's right. We have a channel for people to tell us what they want us to cover. Most of it's Garibay stuff, and since we covered Garibay rather recently, I figured, hey, I'll get the stuff that isn't Garibay. Hello, bros. Hello, Timothy. Welcome. But yeah, so we'll see what we come to see in this. Greetings. Hello, Indigo. There was a Garibay video? Yeah, August. Last week we did Garibay. I fucked up the upload last week. So, I think it didn't push for a lot of people because I accidentally made it go on Thursday and then I rescheduled it for Friday, like it should be. But last week's was more DM bullet points. So definitely check out last week's video if you haven't. Last week's podcast. Because I know that was a thing. that I probably fucked. But it got to like, a couple of people, so it's all good. Excuse me. But yeah, so um while we're waiting for Boo, um I've discovered, or at least I was introduced to the name of a genre of music that I've started listening to now. Because I didn't know what the genre's name was, but I knew that I liked it, I guess, when I started listening to it. Um, it's jazz, but it's a subgenre of jazz called jazz fusion. So, which is apparently more popular in Japan, I think, or at least it's, I don't know, the from what I gather, it's more of a Japanese thing, which is interesting. And it's really good. I really recommend listening to some jazz fusion. It makes me think of, I think it's like what they used for Persona, really, as the genre of music that they were doing, at least in 3. I think maybe in 4 and stuff too. But regardless, really good stuff. I'm having a great time listening to that. So, highly recommend jazz fusion. I don't know any like specific bands or anything, but more D&D. I am ready. Good. Should be. It's what we usually talk about. I've been thinking of doing some more, I guess, shows on the channel, but on more broad topics. Like we jazz fusion is awesome. Yeah, man. It's great. Um but yeah, so I know we talk about mostly um tabletop stuff, right? We do a little bit of gaming here and there with the digital distractions, and we watched a movie one time. Um, Jazz fusion sounds like a Mountain Dew flavor. Yes, Lux, that's true, but it is definitely tasty. Well, no, absolutely, it's some tasty jams to be fair. So, you know, Code Red is really good, by the way. I forgot how good a Code Red is, but I'm swearing off soda for the time being. So, like, it sucks that I rediscovered that I like that, but fuck. Anyway, um, but yeah, like I was saying, we talk about a bit more than just tabletop stuff on occasion, even in the show itself. And I'm thinking that maybe we should do more content that's based off talking about broader topics as well. Not sure. Not sure about time slots and such. Because we're all busy. But I'm thinking about it just so that we have more stuff on the channel for people to enjoy. So I don't know. Let me know what you think about us covering broader topics and such, because we all got lots to say about things. If we were to cover more like media in general, like I don't know, it depends, right? Because we all do video games. That's something that we all could talk about. I watch a lot more movies, I think. Well, not a lot more, but I watch more movies and TV than Boo, at least. I don't know about Aiden, but and plus we could have other people come on and such on occasion as well. I don't know. It's a little bit of a an idea just to have more to say on more things, because as we go on complete tangents in the middle of the TTRPG talk, sometimes I think, maybe we should talk about it on like a separate thing more in depth, right? So yeah, let me know what you think. More topics, more fun, I say. Thank you, Timothy. It's good to know. But yeah, it just gives us more of a chance to, I don't know, broaden. Make sure that the content is never, I guess, unending in a way, right? It would never take over this part of the show. This is the main topic, right? Because this is what the show is based around. Oh, I think Boo's here. Yes, he is. Oh, thank goodness. Give me a sec. Ah, hello.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
I was eating some of my birthday cake.
Ooh, nice. What kind of birthday cake did you get?
I just had a lemon cake with lemon icing and vanilla ice cream.
That's good. That's good. Timothy Martin
Classic,
says hello.
very, very mild. Oh, Jesus. I get like one frame of him saying shit, and of course, the first thing, bah! Very loud.
But yeah, Timothy says hello.
Hello, Timothy.
Yeah. Well, good that you're here. I haven't started the video yet.
Okay.
So you're just in time for that. But I wanted to run it by you as well.
Okay.
Considering, right? Oh, also happy birthday.
Thank you.
Timothy. There you go.
Thank you.
I wanted to run it by you a little bit, of the idea of doing more broad kind of stuff, with kind of different avenues to it, right? Like, we talk about mostly tabletop stuff for this part of this show, right? Mm-hmm. And then we could maybe broaden it out to doing more different types of media and such on occasion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because as I was saying before, we go into tangents about a lot of things all the time, right?
Oh yeah.
So, and we have a lot to say about a lot of things, and we might as well, right? So I don't know. I'm thinking about it of like trying to figure out timing and such, and trying to figure out slots of like when to even do more digital distractions and when to do more stuff in general. Right?
Because, man, I want to play Shadows over Loathing really bad.
Yeah, I know.
Because I have it. Brogan sent me $25 for like a Steam coupon.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh, it was on sale, and I'm like, oh shit, there it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Thinking about stuff like that and seeing about,
I'd be fine with branching out. Like, I don't have any issue with that.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, we'll figure it out in the future here. It's already, a question of time. That's all.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. Okay, cool. We'll look forward to that in the future, potentially, for all you guys. I too have Shadows over Loathing and haven't started it yet. There you go, Lux.
Don't spoil it, please.
Yeah, we'll play it. We'll play it for digital distractions. Definitely, this is gonna be a thing.
Dude, I'm so hyped to see what the classes are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like, fuck. What was the one in West of Loathing? It's like Warrior.
It was Snake Charmer.
Yes. No, Snake Oiler.
No, Snake Oil Salesman. Yeah, something like that.
No, it's a Snake Oiler.
Oh, Oiler. Yeah. That's right.
Snake Oiler. Cow Puncher.
Yes, Cow Puncher. Yep.
And then there was one that was like a cook or something.
Yeah, something like that. The Bean Mancer, I think it was.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Oh God, I can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
It's gonna be great.
I really liked my time, even though I didn't finish it. I really liked my time with West of Loathing. So
yeah, and the thing is, I effectively got spoiled on West of Loathing because what is it? Oh yeah, that's right. I got spoiled on it because before I knew what the Loathing games were, I saw that Markiplier did. I was like, oh, what is West of Loathing? And I'm like, what the?
That's
because the spittoon went,
Yo, dude, I didn't even know that was a thing. And then once I saw the first one and I clicked on it, and then I started doing that, I just was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this every time. Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
100%. It was great. We all like anime. That can be a topic. Oh yeah, absolutely. We could absolutely talk about anime.
Yeah.
And then I can tell you that everything that you like is bad. I'm kidding. Most of it is.
Most of it is, yeah.
But so, regardless, let's move on to the topic at hand today. As I said, I didn't have any ideas today, and I didn't want to do a lot of digging. I don't like anime that requires an intervention. That's all right, August. There are some anime that I would absolutely recommend, but most of it that I watch and talk about is stuff that I realize, oh my god, I hate this.
That's why I tend to avoid. I just try to watch the really good ones.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair, as you should. But when I have a friend who I like to watch anime with, and then we want to just watch anime together, and it's like we just pick something at random because we're like, this looks interesting, or that description sounds interesting, and then we start watching it, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll push through because it's just kind of fun to shit on it for a while, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes we just stop after a while, and it's like, fuck me.
Yeah, sometimes it really doesn't work out.
Yeah. Change this to a JoJo only channel. Dude, I still haven't even watched JoJo, and I want to. I really do. Maybe I'll take the time this weekend. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway. So, as I was saying, I didn't want to do a lot of digging. My brain was only so big. So I dug one video out, and I picked this starting video from our suggestions. Shout out to Draco Kraken once again for suggesting this so long ago that our suggestions channel is basically pointless at this point. But it's a thing. Weekly One Piece podcast, dude, I'd do it.
Oh god,
people would fucking hate me. Oh, I would love it though.
God,
I hate One Piece.
I would not be there for that.
That's fine. I hate One Piece so much.
Yep,
so bad. I have fun with most anime I watch. Good. I'm glad that you have fun. JoJo isn't something you just watch. You experience JoJo because it's like 8 different parts with 8 different main pro tags. Yeah, I know. Oh, believe me, I know.
It's super good.
One Piece is a nightmare, but power to you for trying. Dude, it was amazing, mainly because my friend was watching it or my roommate and friend was watching it in the living room, and I just sat down and started watching it. And I was like, and then immediately I started pointing things out.
Wow, this is real. What?
And he was, and as I was pointing them out, he was like, "Oh yeah,
this isn't very good, huh?"
Yeah. and then he's friends with my sister as well, and he told my sister because my sister's really into One Piece. For some reason, God. she's got the same mindset as me about media a lot of the time, but this one thing, she's like, "No." He's wrong about this. It's like an acquired taste. And I'm like, yeah, acquired is shit. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You trick yourself into this goddamn shit. Anyway. I can go on. Yeah. How about Inuyasha? I watched it, like, on occasion when I was young, when it was, like, 2 in the morning.
Yeah, when it was, like, on like...
Toonami, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
My brother and I used to watch it, but I didn't really enjoy it very much.
Yeah, I don't know. I just saw it once or twice, and I was like, "This is a thing," and I never cared.
Yeah, they actually made a new one.
Really?
Yeah, where it is the is the main character's name in that just Inuyasha?
I think it is Inuyasha. Yeah, I think.
That's okay. It's Inuyasha and Kagome's daughter. Now.
Oh.
Yeah, which that's kind of neat. They have like a little reunion. It's actually kind of emotional and cool.
Okay.
Which,
I consider myself someone who likes anime, although I haven't actually watched a lot of anime. Yeah, once you know that most like it's the exact same principle as like 90% of everything is shit, but that 10% is like pretty good. Mm-hmm. That's the same thing with anime. It applies 100%. Inuyasha is just old timey cringe. That's fair.
Yeah, it is.
Yasha Hime. That's apparently. I assume that's the name.
Yeah.
It's the Boruto of the Inuyasha universe. God, if I were to watch Naruto, I would also hate that. I know it. I know it.
Like, dear fucking God. Because I watched the original Naruto. I didn't watch any of Shippuden.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, since I watch anime, Crunchyroll suggestions come
Of
up in my
course.
YouTube.
Yeah.
And clips from Boruto come up in my
Mm.
recommendations. I'm like, you know what? I'll like mouse over this and let it play because I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
want
yeah,
to.
yeah.
And dear God, no.
Right.
Ugh.
Yeah. I don't care.
Yeah.
It was a big thing when we were growing up, right? It was the
Oh, yeah.
big thing. And every
It
time I
was
looked
the
at it, I
thing.
was like, that's an orange fucking ninja. How is he gonna be stealthy? Stop.
They're not. It's not about being stealthy.
I
It's about being
know, and
Dragon
immediately
Ball.
I go,
Yeah.
I love Overlord, however. I've heard good things.
Yes, Overlord's fantastic.
Yeah, I've heard good things.
Yes.
That is one on my list that I actually am looking forward to.
There are 3 isekais that I watch.
Mm.
Overlord, that time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Also on my list.
And,
Shield Hero, right?
yeah, Shield Hero, that's it.
That's also on my list.
I guess if you want to consider it an isekai, I also fucking adore Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun. That's fucking fantastic.
Okay.
It's so fun.
I like the older anime from 80s, 90s, early 2000s. That's fair.
If you haven't seen it, definitely check out Trigun. It's a one from around
Also,
that time, and
yeah, also one that I've
amazing.
heard. Yeah. I still need to watch all of Cowboy Bebop. I watched the first season and it was really good. And then the second season's disc that I borrowed from a friend would not play. So I didn't get to watch all of it. I sat down and I was like, this is my day. And then I was like, oh, this is not my day.
Nor is it Bebop's day. Cowboy Bebop's
exactly.
day. But yeah, I watched it. I just didn't care for it. It didn't grab me.
Absolutely fair. Are you gonna watch the new Trigun coming out?
I might. I actually forgot that was a thing. The trailer had me a little bit worried.
As it should. Everything should give you pause today in these days.
Yeah. The trailer kind of gives me pause. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
So I will probably, I will remain cautiously optimistic.
Overlord is one of the few anime and one of the 2 isekai that I like. There you go. I have a list of 80s and 90s anime I need to watch. Yeah, I have so much media that I want to watch, but my fucking my brain and also just the will to do it is very hard to get.
My thing right now is that I really, really, really want to build some models, but I'm not going to. Because
I still need to paint so many things. I have them all sprayed right next to me.
Yeah. I have so many. Like, I was just recently, you know how I was talking about my Ossiarch Bone Reapers. Yeah. I really, really, really want to build the fucking Cavallos Death Riders that I have. Right. But I know that if I do, I will have such a fucking hard time getting back to writing, because I'll just want to build and build and build and build again. Yeah. And so I am saving those as a reward for when I finish my current story.
Yeah.
Because it's right at the beginning. Excuse me, right at the beginning, and I keep having to fucking backtrack.
Yeah.
Which sucks, but
I have my first chapter of my thing almost done, which is nice. Or at least done to the degree that I can do it for now.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to actually sit down and do chapter 2 at some point. I would rather watch the worst anime than most of what we get in the US. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Goblin Slayer was decent. I've heard good things.
Yeah, I heard good things. To me, it's basically just fantasy Doom.
Yeah. So, I liked all the memes that I saw, and I was like, okay. All you need to watch is Outlaw Star. Never heard of it.
Oh, okay.
Sounds interesting. I like Rocksteady more than Bebop, though. Nice. I get that. Man, dude, that sends me on a trip too. Man, we're super off topic, and we haven't even started.
Yeah, we haven't even started yet. But I mean, hey, so that means we're technically not off topic because
that's right.
we're not
That's
on a
true.
topic. Yeah.
I tried to get us to the topic, but then
but then we started talking about having more topics, and then this happened.
That's true.
This is pretty common, though.
Yeah, it's true. Dude, you make me think of, you remember old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like the 2000s version?
Now, I am not the right person to ask that.
Really?
I never watched it.
Really? I would have pegged you for one, honestly.
Yeah, no, I was not. That wasn't the cartoon that dominated my life. Neither that nor Transformers.
That wasn't for me either, yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was all about SpongeBob, Danny Phantom, Invader Zim.
Yes. Me too. Yep.
Yeah.
Actually,
I had that shit. I was just a little bit too late.
That's fair. I didn't catch Invader Zim when it first started. I watched it after the fact. Mm-hmm. But it's so good.
Yeah.
Love that shit. I really need to rewatch it and then watch the movie that I never watched. Because it's also fucking
not scientifically possible. That.
Yeah. I know
that.
Yeah. Well, for those of you out there, if you remember the old 2000s TMNT, fucking where they were like in, it went in such a weird journey. Like, it was super interesting and cool for a while, and it was like more serious in tone. And then, I remember later on they went into like weird, like extra dimensional stuff of like, I don't even know, man. It was strange, but it was fun. I don't know. I can't speak on quality. It was just something. It was just a fun.
Lot. Yeah, no, like that's fine.
Like I
I love Serious Sam.
Yeah.
And that's
that's fair. Yeah, no, I get you. I'm just saying. I'm not making any claims of like how good or bad it is. I'm just saying. It's
wacky.
It was wacky. It was. I had a game based on it. For my Game Boy Advance back in the day. It was my first Game Boy Advance game because I was super into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Nice. It was a side-scrolling beat-em-up, and I played the shit out of that game.
I bet. Beat-em-ups have a surprising amount of replayability, it seems.
Yeah. So many things. Space Dandy is great. I've heard of that.
Yeah, I have heard of that. I've never seen it.
LR Star is good. Death Note is classic. I need to finish it, but yes.
Yeah, Death Note's pretty good.
Yeah,
I thought it was good.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Death Note is so good that The Simpsons did it. That's fair.
Yeah, I saw that.
I really want to rewatch, I want to watch old Simpsons. I never did as a kid growing up.
Same.
And I really do want to go through it because there's a lot of good, and I mean that for old Simpsons. Because I watched a retrospective of all of the Simpsons.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I think it's LS Mark was the channel. I think he does a lot of animation stuff.
Yeah,
and in fact, he did a lot of Butch Hartman stuff. So like Danny Phantom and Fairly Odd Parents and stuff. He talks about that stuff a lot. Yeah, great stuff. And it gets bad after a while. But
The Simpsons. Yeah.
But man, it
started.
I hear about jokes and I'm like, man, no, it started good, but I hear about some of the jokes and I just laugh just knowing about them.
Yep.
Great. Anyway. I suppose I was all about the Monster Rancher anime at one point. The 80s/early 90s TMNT was the one from my childhood. That was the more rounded edged one, right? Like they were more like the Michelin Man, I guess is the best way I can put it, where they were more circles. Where the 2000s one that I remember was more edged in more ways than one. Invader Zim, Billy and Mandy, and Ed, and Eddie are my favorite Cartoon Network shows. Yep.
Ed, and Eddie was my shit.
Ed, and Eddie was something that I watched all the time, too. Yep. Billy and Mandy, I didn't watch it too much. It was a little too gross for me, actually, even though I watched Zim. I don't know why. It just didn't appeal to me.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've heard good things.
I know that the fucking like Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yep. Oh man, that was great.
Do you remember the Angry Beavers?
Yes. Oh my
Cat
god.
Dog?
Yeah.
Yeah. God.
Fucking cat dog and oh my god.
And fucking Return the Slab
Yes.
scared the shit out of me.
Everyone.
God, it was so scary.
That is like a group, a fucking human consciousness like moment in time where everybody was like,
when the world
shit.
shares a single brain cell.
Yeah.
That shit is scary.
That shit is weird and scary. And, it's just the way he delivers it. Return
yeah, and he looks fucking scary.
Yeah, no, it's great. Man,
Yeah.
Courage was so good.
Yeah.
Man.
Goddamn, cartoons were fucking good. And the thing is, I don't know if it's just me being a fucking adult now, but God, one cartoon show that just does not appeal to me at all, even knowing like the story and the characters, is Steven Universe.
Yeah. Same. There are things about that I've seen in some videos that I'm just like, oh, why would I ever watch that? I don't.
Yeah, it just, man. Just something about it, like, it just really does not appeal to me at all.
Absolutely.
Oh, and obviously, sorry to swing it back around to anime very quickly. Obviously, one that's very good is Monster Musume, so definitely watch that. If you can find the uncensored version, go for that. Also, Interspecies Reviewers is pretty good.
Yeah.
Those ones are fun.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Do you know Interspecies Reviewers or no?
I know of it. I haven't watched it. But yeah, I know. Of course, I know of it. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you did.
Yeah.
Those two are like, the thing is, Monster Musume, and it like, aside from the titties, it actually is very nice. It's really good,
dude.
It's really weird.
You want to know?
But I promise, it actually is pretty good.
Yeah, you want to know one that I really, really, really liked when I watched it was, is it Musashi? Hold on, I need to find this.
Yeah.
Mushishi, I think it is.
I thought it was Mushoku Tensei.
No.
It was that isekai where the guy is,
you
said he liked the world.
This isn't an isekai.
Okay.
Mushishi. Yeah, Mushishi.
Oh, wait, no, I remember that. I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, Mushishi. I just love that shit because it
was like a ghost detective or some shit.
Yeah,
right?
well, it's taking like Shintoism, I think, in a way, and like making everything like part of that in a way. I don't know how accurate it is to that. I don't know about that, to be fair. But it was like a bunch of Japanese like spirits basically in different objects or things and all that kind of stuff. And this guy would go around and like solve problems because they would just interact with people and they didn't know what was going on and shit.
Yeah.
Man. But it was beautiful. Like, it was
Noragami.
Beautiful. I don't know that.
Excuse me. Noragami, fantastic. Very good. A good deal of it's very close to the campaign that we're doing effectively.
Gotcha.
Where, there's a guy going around doing odd jobs for like a pittance and just being goofy and funny, but also being serious at times. Very, very good.
Yeah.
If you've got if you're interested in something that's 400 plus episodes, Gintama, I can't recommend that shit enough.
One day, maybe. One day.
Because I think one of my favorite episodes is episode 23, and what's weird about that is that it's a recap episode where they don't recap anything. It's a recap episode where they're like, okay, this is a recap episode, guys. We're gonna fucking recap stuff. We're gonna catch you up on the story, and then the whole episode is the three main characters sitting in their fucking house, sitting around a hot pot, and they're playing Death Note style mind games about who gets to eat the majority of the meat in the hot pot. And there's even a fucking cameo from Ryuk. It's fucking great.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's really good. He's like standing on the roof and he's like, I forget what he says, but it's really, really funny.
Interesting.
Yeah.
As I recall from TMNT recently, is the Shredder's Revenge game, and all the talk in the comics when they killed off Donatello. They killed off Donatello? He does machines!
He does machines, man.
He does machines! How did they kill him off?
How did the machines?
Oh.
Who's gonna do machines now?
Yeah. Damn. Well, that sucks. There's a side-scrolling TMNT beat 'em up on the NES I played the shit out of. Oh, yeah. I know of that one. I don't know what it is.
Wait, the one that AVGN hated?
Was that it? It might have been.
Yeah, because that was kind of a side-scrolling beat 'em up where you know.
Yeah.
Ow, fuck.
I can't remember. I'm currently watching Aura Battler Dunbine old mech anime. Aura Battler Dunbine. Never heard of it.
That's a hell of a name.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I suppose the major issue with discussing D&D is getting around to discussing D&D. Yeah, we'll get there in a bit.
Yeah.
I spend weeks where I watched nothing but The Simpsons from when I got up to when I went to bed. Oh, dude, that's
nice.
There you go. Zim being cut short was a tragedy, yes. But, it was... From what I remember from a video that I watched, it's kind of... Like, it sucks that it was cut short, but I'm also happy that the guy was able to do as much as he was with the show, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He got it to at least be a good show. Really, my anime love just centers around Gundam nowadays. Most Gundam Seed, and everything centered around is a self-righteous turd. Oh. I don't know about Gundam. It's neat. I build Warhammer models. I don't build Gundam.
Yeah.
Also I liked Arcane. By like March, I will have watched Arcane. At some point in March, I will have watched Arcane. This I can promise you. I have been told that I am watching Arcane.
Okay.
And I am okay with this because I do want to watch it and I do want to actually talk about it at some point because it is apparently great, like amazing.
Yeah.
Which I'm very happy about.
But it's good to see that, like, their world is actually getting, more content.
Yes.
Because the world is so much better than that game.
Yes.
Fuck's sake.
Yes. League of Legends, I not for nothing, I miss the old, like, it being used as a political game in order to settle disputes and stuff back with the old lore, if anybody remembers.
Sorry.
No, you're good. It was the Summoner's Rift was where you summoned your champions.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
To
everybody's dying to the exploders.
You summoned your champions to settle disputes. And it was interesting, and I liked that. And I'll be honest, when they changed it, I was a little upset. But these days, I don't care, one. And two, they seem to be making way good stuff with it. So, that's awesome. The Zim movie they made a year or two ago is pretty good. That's what I've heard, yeah. Rurouni Kenshin was good. That's the dual... Sorry. The guy who uses the sword that has a dull edge, right? Like, that's the thing that he does. I think that's true. And if that's the case, okay. I don't know. I watched it for a little bit and then I was like, I'm bored. But that's just, how it is. Yeah. The one AVGN hated was the first one. The one I liked was the second one.
Okay.
I think it was the second one, at least. At the time, I basically thought of it as Double Dragon with turtles. I thought it was better than Double Dragon, though. There you go.
So Double Turtles.
Double Turtles. Quad Turtle, actually.
In a half shell. Why? What is the deal with, like...
Heroes in a half shell.
Yeah, but what is a half shell?
I assume...
A turtle shell, I guess?
Yeah, I assume it's just meaning the turtle shell thing. I don't know.
It's kind of a weird term.
Yeah. The story of Arcane is fine, but I was not a fan of the art style. Well, I gotta disagree with you there. The art style is the main appeal to me at the moment, considering I know nothing of the story. Don't tell me anything. I gotta disagree with you there. Hardcore. It, like, seeing some of the animations and everything, holy fuck.
It definitely is a style. but yeah, like it to me it is also appealing. But I can see if people I can
absolutely
understand why somebody would not find it appealing.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's a whole subjective thing. I will disagree with you 100%, but it's not like you're wrong about it. You're fine if you don't like the art style. But man, like it looks damn good. Like the animation and everything for the art that they've done, like it from some of the stuff that I've seen by accident it's like it looks better than it looks better than I would expect for one from that kind of thing.
It kind of sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, and two, I think it was all hand drawn. I think.
Wow.
Which is just good to see still being done because god damn it, we need to have more 2D animated stuff. Because fuck me, I understand 3D animated stuff is cool and such, and we're trying to get to
for fuck's sake, we're getting tired of it.
But like, yeah, classic. I will 100% classic Disney stuff has held up the test of time because of the way that it is. You know, like it looks really good still, and it always will, and that's a good thing.
The less said about the new Lion King, the better.
Oh Jesus Christ! Oh,
Jon Favreau is a fucking dipshit,
dude. Have you seen the YMS video?
No, I have not.
Oh, you should watch. He's only done the part 1 of it so far. The Your Movie Sucks fucking video on it, but man, he's only gotten to I think where they get to the first like I think it's the first song of it's they want to be or sorry I just want to be king. Yeah, I can't wait to be king. That one. Yeah.
You know, completely unrelated. I was recently like humming that to myself, and I'm like, you know, that was a good song,
dude. The Lion King is my favorite animated Disney movie. Like legitimately, like sorry, Renaissance era Disney movie. It is my favorite. It is so good, and it holds up, and all the music is good, and fuck me, it's so good.
I think if I had to choose one, I think I'd go with Aladdin. God, I love
also
Aladdin.
Fair. Also, that's the thing. There are no bad choices in that era. That's
there's one.
What is that one for you?
Song of the South, but
that's not Disney Renaissance. That's not Disney Renaissance. Yeah. No. And also, anyway. I don't. To be fair, I don't like. I don't like. Hunchback of Notre Dame. I don't like it.
It's just not appealing to me because of how. You know, like when you watch a Disney movie, you know, you kind of want it to be bright and colorful and bouncy, and that one's very grim and, you know, but it's not bad because of that.
Right.
It's just not really what
It's just not what you want.
Yeah, that's all.
Absolutely. I like the darker theme, and I like the way that it goes for that, but the only thing that ruins it for me is the fucking gargoyles. I need them to die. I need them to go and die in a hole, because they ruin everything. And I hate them.
Yes. Well, you don't like the Gargoyles animated TV show?
Oh, I love Gargoyles, the animated TV show. Dude,
yeah, that one was fucking good,
That was also good. Holy shit, man.
Cartoons were just better.
They were
just better.
They were rad.
They were better in my day.
Yes, right. Yes, sir.
Now that I'm 30, I can say that kind of shit. I can be a boomer now. Yay.
The RPG they made was good. I played a little bit of it with Brogan, aka No Net Ones.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty okay. Yeah. I have a hard time getting interested in anything connected to League of Legends. Absolutely understandable.
Yeah, fair enough. That's
everyone
me in like Fortnite and any BR.
Yeah, that's fair. Everyone loves The Lion King. The classic, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, we should rename The Lion King to Lion Kang. That's right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, 3D drawing needs to take a break. I did see the YMS video. Good. Yeah, it's worth the watch. Like, and I can't wait for his next part in it.
I bet. How long is it?
2 hours and 18 minutes.
Holy fuck!
That's only part 1, and he hasn't even made it through like a third of the movie. I'm pretty sure.
Holy.
Because there's so much wrong with it. There's so much wrong with the 2019 version. Oh my god, it's great.
Yeah.
I love that video. I also like Kimba the Lion King. Don't you do that, Lux. Don't you do that. Kimba is nothing. No, Lion King is nothing like Kimba in any way except for visual alone, and even that. Don't do. YMS also put out that video of the Kimba the Lion King controversy thing where he actually
was it like a mockbuster?
So people claimed that the Lion King was a ripoff of Kimba for the longest time, right?
What's Kimba?
Kimba the White Lion was an anime from the like father of anime, the guy who did
Miyazaki?
Astro Boy. No, Astro Boy.
Oh, that guy.
That guy. Yes. Like, and he should be known for that, but his Wikipedia page or not his IMDb page is like about the controversy more so, and it's not even based on anything. Like the sources are nothing. They are their own sources, and like some people who were just lying.
Oh.
And literally YMS went through and watched all of Kimba. All of it. From the 60s versions up to the 2000s movies, up to like the 2005, I think, anime that they came out with. Like he even looked at the manga and everything. He did his research and followed sources and everything. And that's all full of shit. Like, Kimba did so much bullshit, but man, it wasn't a ripoff. The Lion King was not a ripoff at all. It was probably in like a cultural or just a thing that was known by some people, and Disney kind of overcorrected and did some shitty stuff, to be fair, but they never ripped it off. And there's only so much that you can do with animals in Africa as a story and have things like overlap on occasion, right?
Yeah.
But like, man, fuck me. That I was even one of those people who heard that thing of like way back when people were talking about it a little bit more prominently, I guess, where they were like, yeah, Lion King's a ripoff of Kimba, and I heard that in my ear. It was in my brain, but I never like took stock in it or anything. I just knew of that being said. And then when I watched that video, I was like, holy fuck, this is crazy. Why does anybody think this? It's fucking annoying. Anyway. Go watch that video too. YMS does good stuff.
Oh yeah.
The Hunchback is a bad choice. I mean, some people like it a lot. I like Frollo, and I like
and Hellfire.
Yeah,
like,
Hellfire is a great fucking sequence and everything.
It's
like,
incredible.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot.
It's just
good.
Yeah, it just doesn't appeal to me. That's all.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Anastasia ain't that great. That's not Disney, is it? I thought that was a different company.
Pixar.
No.
Oh, did you see fucking A Bug's Life?
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Shit was good.
Yeah, man. I had that in that you remember those old VHS like big plastic VHS cases that were crinkly and stuff?
The ones that you wind up getting from Blockbuster, but you don't return it or something. It's like white and it's like double layered. Yeah.
Yep.
Has the safety vacuum between the two layers.
Yes.
Got to keep the movie safe.
It's got to be safe. I mean, it's a good movie.
That actually, I forget who it was, but the guy who did the voice for Hopper, one of the celebrities that had like a big thing come out, part of the whole Me Too and Harvey Weinstein thing.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't remember the name of the guy. But
I know who you're talking about, though. I know
yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But someone did a video on, I think it's called this video series is called One Villainous Scene, I think.
Yeah. I've seen that around. I haven't watched any of it yet, though.
Yeah. And it goes into the scene where Hopper, like, buries those two grasshoppers in seeds.
Yeah.
And man, it's a really good dissection of that scene.
Nice. Arcane feels... Well, that's actually one of the things. A Bug's Life, real gangsters are all about ants.
Yeah, dude.
I watched that too. I barely remember it, to be fair, but I did watch it.
Understandable.
Arcane feels cozy to me. I couldn't tell you why, but it does. Dude, this is the thing. One of my friends who's going to have me watch it with her is like, Yeah, and you're gonna like it. Like, to me specifically, she was like, "You're gonna like it, especially because when you try to break shit down, you're going to find things that make sense." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you." Like,
Wow, that's
she's
crazy.
Like, she's like, everything, it all goes together, and you can find reasoning and everything. And I'm like, you don't understand how good that makes me feel.
I live for naught but reasoning.
That's right. I live for coherency and consistency. That is what I like.
That is all he wants.
Because I also want good characters, to be fair, but they are also in that kind of realm, you know, like sometimes they're outside of that realm and they make a movie better because of it. I don't know, it depends, right? But anyway, but they're turning into boomers. We're both nearly 30.
They still have some years on them. They're good.
Right.
I am a boomer now.
Well, I'm 27, so I'm getting there.
Yeah, oh no, that's what I'm saying. You still have a few years. Yeah. I'm 30.
Oh yeah, fair. Yeah.
God, I'm fucking 30.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Wait, are you telling me something I heard people say on the internet was wrong? You think someone would go do that? Go on the internet and lie?
Who would do that?
I love that Arthur fucking scene. Just used so many times. Fuck me. It's funny.
Yeah.
All right, we spent an hour off topic before the topic. Let's get to the topic.
Do the thing that we're here to do.
Yeah, Life Ends at 30 start applying for AARP. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so this first video we are going to be covering, again, shout out to Draco Kraken. That's the comments. No, not that yet.
What are we doing? Stop dying.
Hold on, let me make sure that this is what it needs to be. There we go. Yeah, again, shout out to Draco Kraken, but excuse me. This is a Matthew Colville video. Interestingly enough, called "The Problem with Talking About D&D."
Oh, the problem with talking about. Oh, yeah. I thought it was the problem with D&D.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So
now I wonder if it's gonna be a point. I wonder if the point is going to be something that I tend to bring up sometimes, but we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, I
don't actually bring it up all that much, but I've brought it up in the past.
That's fair. I'm just interested in what the problem is, because I don't know if there is a problem with talking about it. I wouldn't put it that way. I have no idea what this could be. So I'm interested.
I have an inkling, but we shall see.
Good. Now I can probably get home before the video's over. Good luck, Lux. And that hair continues to be magnificent. How do I steal it for myself? Oh, dude. Yeah, I know, right? All right.
Back in the 70s, when the world was new, Gary Gygax felt like he would know if the game was developing properly if each table ended up with its own unique set of house rules. That was healthy, he thought. Later on, when other companies were trying to make money selling supplements to his game, he got real frisky about using the official rules, but that was later. He didn't see what the DM does as being wildly different from what he did when he wrote the rules. I said the same thing. When you decide to get behind the screen, you're going to end up developing your own ideas about game design, and also, I think, story structure, drama, theme, pacing, characterization. DMs and writers have a lot in common, just like DMs and game designers.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Also, I guess it's the framing, but Gygax, whoa.
Yeah.
I don't care about Gygax. In the 70s, the world was discovered after Gary Gygax returned to the cave and told humanity about the world before introducing them to fire and D20s. That's right. That's true.
That sounds like a pretty neat origin story for humanity.
Yeah.
I'd like that more.
I'm worried now because Gygax was invoked, and I hate it when Gygax is invoked.
So now, it's been a while since you actually explained it. Why do you dislike Gygax being invoked?
Because people use him as the pillar to look to, you know?
Essentially, like he is the standard.
Right,
and which he can do no wrong.
Right, exactly. Which I'm like, well, okay, so Gygax hasn't been relevant for I want to say long time. Sure, he made a and most of the time it's with Garibay, to be fair, that this was brought up, but regardless, like it doesn't matter. Like it's the whole death of the author thing in a way. Where I don't care what Gygax has to say about anything right now. Like, it doesn't. He is so far removed from what D&D is at this point.
Yeah.
And like, it's cool that. Don't get me wrong. It's cool that he's like, yeah. I think it's better when things are homebrewed after the fact. But I also would say, like, it doesn't matter whether they do or not. If they do, then they do, and they still had fun. If they didn't, then that's what mattered, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, he made the game, okay.
Yeah.
He did a good thing, and it's gone on from there.
Yeah.
What? The world didn't even exist in the 70s. That's right. That's true. People talk about Gygax like talking about Lovecraft, and people want to ignore how things have evolved, changed, and their flaws as people and creators. Yeah, well, so that's the thing. We talk about Lovecraft as well, but we also acknowledge the fact that he's not
a shit
great.
pile.
Yeah, he's not great,
no.
and he isn't the be all end all, right?
Yeah.
Like, I never thought. Oh.
Even the hyper Cthulhu nerd here. Yeah, no, Lovecraft is a shitheel.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about him, right? Like,
that reminds me of that video Aiden linked. The HP Lovecraft goes on shopping.
Yeah.
Italian herbs. No, thank you.
That's right.
He's like buying a red sauce.
So bad. It's so bad.
It's great. I love it.
I never thought Gygax was the standard homebrew is a thing. Nah, I don't. This is the thing. I don't think it matters, right? Again, It doesn't matter in the slightest. Good for him that that's how he thought about it. Yeah. But to be fair, his viewpoint changed, as literally stated by Coville. Like, he immediately then was like, no, the rules, when it went to later things. So it's like, well, is he a good standard to go to then? Because he doesn't seem to be consistent about it. Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know how that sounds to you. Each table having its own unique interpretation of the rules that they develop through a combination of trial and error, discussion, and consensus. It's not...
Seems fine.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like these rules, but we like these rules. They're ours. But I sort of think that is inevitable. Every table is unique, and how the game is played from one table to another can vary wildly. And I wonder if people realize that.
Oh, okay, so if we're going this direction, yes, you're right. We cover videos about this shit where people don't seem to realize that not everything should be the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of what I was wondering if it was going to be.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Lovecraft was a dick, yes. And
yes,
that sounds
absolutely.
human. What sounds human? The variation thing?
Yeah, I would say the variation thing. Or
if that's the case,
variation
if that's what you mean, then yes.
I see folks arguing about class features and game balance online. It seems like they think everyone arguing is playing the same game.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't think they are. There's this perception among very online dungeon masters that the rules represent this objective reality and there is no room for interpretation, and house rules are somehow degenerate.
Who the fuck? Who are we talking about?
Yeah, who the hell?
I guess they exist, sure, of like the hyper rule following people, but even we are like, no.
Fucking degens on a mind their scruples.
Yeah, I know, right? That's strange. Because like we've said it many a time, and I hope nobody does think that we're like that in any way, but we do say it all the time of like, yeah, it doesn't, like, at the end of the day, what we say doesn't even matter, you know? Just do things your own way.
We just
if you
offer
really want
suggestions sometimes.
Absolutely.
We make the joke that's like, oh, we're more right or you're less right or
yeah,
whatever.
Right, exactly.
But no, that's bullshitting.
In some instances, I would argue yes, but in most instances, I say, well, it doesn't, like, at the end of the day, cool, yeah, if you're having fun and that works for your table, go for it.
And
right?
then you're doing it correctly.
Yeah, that's really all that matters.
Yeah.
These are the same folks who get really into stuff like damage per round and optimized builds that go all the way to 20th level. These folks...
Oh, okay. Ooh, okay, so...
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, first off, now we're putting a stigma against that again, which never really like that, because it's like, again, that's how some people have fun with the game.
Yeah, that is how some people like to play.
So, let's be careful here, Coville. Let's be careful. Do what works best for you, exactly.
Yeah.
see D&D as something that can be solved, or even something that is intended to be solved. Like that's the purpose of it, like a puzzle or a video game that you can speed run through. And I think this attitude alienates a lot of DMs who feel like, does this actually make sense? Can you speed run D&D? Can you reduce an entire class down to probability and numbers?
Yes. That's what the rules do. Have you read the rule book?
Yeah, legitimately. I like both of us immediately. Yes.
Like, sorry, man, but that's a dumbass question.
So
That's okay. It's either a dumbass question or a real stupid way to put that.
I don't know why. Okay, so ultimately it is all math at the end of the day, right? Like the role playing element, yes, is there absolutely, but if you look at the actual like rule book in the class and everything there, like how it works, yes, there
just
is math
straight
there.
up, yes.
There's probabilities because some things have percentages and some things have this amount to hit, and if you use your brain in any way of like, oh, you take the probability of me rolling above a 10 plus, you know, whatever the armor class of any monster is at like CR4, right? Like you can figure that out. So it is all there, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with people wanting to do, like, again, you yourself have already said that every table has its own thing, right? Man. What if this table has that as a thing?
Man,
because it really feels like you're putting it in a negative light, which is like, dude, I don't know, because you've already now like contradicted your broadness of like it's okay.
I was hoping this was gonna be a different point.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed now.
Yeah, to be fair, we haven't gone the whole way, so he could bring it back.
He could.
But at the moment, I'm getting bad vibes, and I'm not liking it.
Yeah. Not the best.
No. Only nerds read the rulebook. It's a horror story in itself. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Not like anyone would ever say to read your player's handbook. Never. No. No one would ever say that. No.
Certainly they wouldn't repeat it ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, no. Speedrunning D&D sounds weird. I mean, yeah, sure. You know?
Yeah, of course it is.
Speedrunning D&D is the most boring version of D&D I've come across. At that point, you need to be playing a video games. No.
Oh my god. This is not good.
So, again, just because it's boring to you doesn't mean it's boring to everybody else, right?
Yeah.
Again, if it is their table and they are doing that, then that's how they want to spend their time, and they want to do that together. And to be fair, a lot of like if there were more multiplayer games for certain genres that I like, then I would be doing those a lot more, because like you know, turn-based RPGs, like XCOM, or you know, any kind of tactical RPG, like what's it good? Like at the moment, all I can think of is Final Fantasy Tactics. But anything like that, if that was more of a multiplayer game, then we have more single player stuff, then I would play those a lot more. And the fact that you could do that in like D&D or some kind of tabletop RPG, that's very appealing to me in that kind of respect, because that's kind of what it is, right? At the end of the day, it is a tactical RPG, but it's multiplayer, right?
That's very close.
It's very, very interesting to me in that respect, but I do like the storytelling aspect and the role-playing aspect a lot, so I don't just discount that, right? But some people could, and that's fine. I don't really care about whatever the meta is, but to each their own. That's fair, absolutely. How to speedrun D&D. Be the DM and start a solo campaign. Make a DMPC. Declare yourself the winner. Done. Yes, that's true.
Well, I'm a game designer, and I know you absolutely can compare one class to another and see how they each dip into the action economy, how or if they get bonus actions, reactions. Do they have resources to manage? How does a class with a resource that can run out sit in a group with another class that can just do its thing every round and never runs out of anything? But that's just normal game design.
Things that are
problem,
like, because
well, he's saying it's normal.
Okay.
I
guess it sounded dumb.
I know. He's just saying that this is a thing and it is normal. So we'll see where he goes.
I thought he was asking, like, is it possible to do that? But yeah.
Right. Where's your game designing license, Mr. Coatville? Please provide. You can actually go and find those books that he's published. He's got a few, like Strongholds and something for 5e. That's a thing, and yeah.
Out of anything. But that's just normal game design. The problem I see in these online discussions, and why I think they are mostly smoke and mirrors, is the game is played differently at every table in a way that is not true of like Rocket League or a board game. And these differences create huge variation in everything. How many players you got? Huge variation. Some tables it's a DM and 2 players, or even only 1 player. Some tables have 6 or 7. This creates massive differences in things like encounter design, rewards, adventure design. Your perception of how long combat takes is hugely affected by the number of people at the table. You can have 2 people arguing about how long combat takes, and they think they're arguing about the rules of D&D because they see those rules as principally responsible for this, when in fact, the main factor that is causing them to argue is one DM has a couple of players, thinks combat is fun. The other has a whole bunch of players, thinks combat takes forever.
So my issue so far is just the fact that I don't think it's a problem that these conversations exist or these arguments exist.
Yeah.
Like, and while I agree that it could be that most people don't like look at, I guess, the composition of a table or any of that kind of stuff. Like, they're not judging things from the standard that somebody else is using, because of the fact that they don't know anything about their game, I guess. Potentially. It depends, I guess, on the conversation. But I agree that there are a lot of people who put these, like, things forward of just like, hey, this is how long combat should go. And somebody else goes, well, no, I think this is how long combat should go. We've encountered that many a time in many a video where we also go, well, it depends on your table, right?
Yeah.
Which is absolutely something that needs to get out there more of like, well, this all really depends on how you're running things and how your table goes. You have to, your mileage may vary, as Aiden would say. All that kind of stuff. So I agree with that. But I also don't think that the arguments don't help in some way, right? So sure, sometimes you can have these people talking past each other, right? Not really getting anything done, but other people could look in and maybe see some things that could help them or anything like that. And sometimes some things could change about how people are running things. Like even if it's, I guess, a senseless argument in some cases, they could still be beneficial, right? It's all really like, fucking, what do we do here, right? Like,
Yeah,
right? Like, I would hope that at least at some point, at some time, somebody has taken at least something that we've said and gone, oh, okay, yeah, right?
Yeah,
like,
I hadn't thought of that.
Potentially. And even if you don't, that's fine too. We're just throwing out shit because this is how we think about things. And if you don't think about things in the same way that we do, then that is totally fine. And you are absolutely you are absolutely in your right to then tell us what you think about something, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's what the whole point of the thing is, of like talking about our different perspectives and trying to figure out these things based off these different perspectives, right? Discussion and discourse.
No.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Not really sure what this guy's point is. He's lamenting the people arguing without understanding, I guess. In which case, I would say arguing can lead to understanding.
Yeah.
He's not just some guy, Timothy. He's got sexy hair. Otherwise, I'm with you. I'm not so sure about the subject itself. Yeah, I do agree about the sexy hair, as you should. Personally, I think the vague question is making it hard to discuss the topic. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think that. I don't know. It's
because I don't know. To me, I don't know if I'm in the wrong in saying this, but this kind of feels like a substanceless thing, a substanceless point.
I think,
you know.
So I think depending on how much it takes to get there. I really think what he's trying to do here is say things depend on your table.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, like, I guess
But
because it does hilariously. That's a brain dead, like no brainer point to me. But for other people, maybe that actually is a point that needs to be made.
Well, it seems to be. First off, I would say.
Yeah.
But it feels like he is taking a while to get there in a way that is meaningful. I think.
Yeah.
I think it really should. Like, he is now stressing at least a little bit more of, like, you know, it depends on the setting, and, like, it depends on how many people you have and all this. So he's giving reasoning about why it would be dependent on your table. But also, I don't think, again, that the argument is the issue. I think that the basis that we just need to talk about is the fact that everything will be dependent on your table, your group. Everything is subject to change because of that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think, but again, I don't think there's anything wrong with arguing about how long you think something should take, right? Sure, we can, like, even though we cover these videos that are like, this is how you should do something, right? And we go like, well, no, you don't have to. But at the same time, it does help with this discussion of these things, right? We can then go into why you should or should not, I guess. If you should or should not, right? Like, get behind that and then go into, as to saying, well, you have your table, you have, you know, what your theming is, you have your setting, you have the system potentially, like, it really depends.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what we need to have as a mainstream, like, thought.
As a society.
Yes, as a society in general.
As a species.
Yes, that's right. As a human person, you should think these things about everything. And
well, if you're a good human, that is.
That's true.
That's true. Be a shitter. Then...
That's right. So I guess we'll see if there's any more to glean here, but it does seem like so far it's like
expands.
So far it's 3 minutes of 1 point, and I'm like, okay, that's
3
fair.
minutes of it depends.
Right.
Literally, that's the video so far.
Yeah,
it
which
depends.
is true, and it's fair, and it's annoying us because we get that. We're here. Ground zero is already, like, we're right there.
That's where that is where we live. Hello,
that is where,
allow us to
that's
introduce
where
ourselves.
That's where I think everyone has started, right? But to be fair, some people haven't, I guess. So
And I think adding one more person to the group means everything takes much longer, because it's not just another 2 minutes for the new player to take their turn. It's all of the discussion and debate about what to do, which for a lot of players is the fun of the game, problem solving together. Have you ever had to tweak an encounter because the design assumed there were more or fewer players than you have? If there's exactly 4 players, then this adventure is sort of balanced. But if you only have 1 or 2 or 6 or 7, you need to monkey with the number of monsters in there, and it's not immediately obvious how to do that. You think adding 3 goblins to this encounter will balance it out for your party, but it turns out now the battle is a lethal challenge for your players because those 3 goblins made all the goblins more effective. You can't really take an adventure designed for 1 player and drop it into a function generator, turn the dial to 4 players, and hope to get an optimized adventure for your group.
I wish that was a thing.
Yeah.
That way I could actually balance D&D properly.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be nice, but I agree with him. It's a hard thing to do, balancing.
Yes.
In general. The group would already know how the game is going to be when they start, potentially. Some people don't do session zeros, and it's crazy. But you should do session 0, please. God, fucking, I will. Again, stress that. That's something you should do. Figure out how to do that with people and tell them how the game's going to be, and figure out expectations and, you know, things that they do and do not want to see, and, you know, everybody knows.
Yeah.
Too many variables to completely agree with that, considering not all players are alike. That's true. And session 0 is overrated. You better be memeing there. You better be.
I hope. But I believe that it is a meme.
Yeah, it's a meme.
Because, like,
has to be a meme.
That's why I say encounter design does not stop just because you rolled initiative. You're going to keep tweaking hit points and maybe even AC while the combat is going because of the difference between...
while the combat is going?
Well, the combat is going.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, not really.
So
I'm not going to have fucking Great Cthulhu start out at like a 20 AC and then be like, oh, they're having a bad time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lower it down to a 17 for this character.
I guess we're talking about like you didn't intend for it to be lethal, I guess. But even
like,
so, I don't. So
the only way I could see that kind of thing working is it wouldn't be something that I do. It would be something that you guys do, where it's like, man, this guy's kicking our asses. Can we try to like damage his armor or something? And I'm like, yeah, sure, roll. And if you do it, fine. You lowered his AC a bit.
Yeah, something internal, not external.
Yeah.
Right? Because again, I guess if you do this and it works for you, that's fine, but at the same time,
why would you be doing it mid-combat? Because that would kind of pull me out of the game.
Absolutely.
Because then it would just be confusing. It's like, okay, well, wait a minute. I hit him before when I rolled a 10 and I hit him, and now I rolled a 12 and now I didn't hit him?
Well,
what?
I assume it's only going down, right? Like,
well, I know,
but
it changes and just...
Yeah. No, I get you. It's weird. Heading home now. Well, good luck driving. True.
Let
everyone.
me know if you just let me know if you see Garibay driving.
That's right. Home. Yeah, do let us know.
Yeah.
True. Everyone is different. That is true.
Yes.
But like, yeah, what a weird thing to advocate for, because that's apparently something that you're doing. Like, that's very bizarre to me. That feels like a extrapolation of fudging to me.
Yeah.
Which I'm already like,
you already
no.
don't like fudging, and I admit that I fudge. I would never do that. That's overboard for me.
Yeah. I'm not memeing. I think Session 0 has become too much a crutch to people, an unnecessary red flag for an extra step not needed. No one needs a Session 0. Oh, so interesting.
Now,
okay. So okay.
We hard disagree with that.
I do. Yeah. I absolutely disagree. So Session 0 can take many forms, first off, right? It doesn't have to be a dedicated, like, hours to 3-hour session itself. Session 0 is mostly the term of trying to figure out the tone of your game, to try to
setting
make sure
up the tone, giving people expectations, telling people what may or may not work. Like, hey, we're going to be playing in a like, I don't know, what am I trying to say? We're playing in a world that does not have any religion. There are no gods at all, so a cleric or paladin will not work here.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Something like that.
Like, you're trying to make sure that you can communicate the idea of what you want to run to your players. That way there's no misinformation or misconstruing of what things are going to be. And that way you can go smoothly into the game without having to worry about as many things going weird, right?
It can also be a session where everybody's making their characters together.
Yes, you can also have that.
As a group, you can discuss your character creation and things like that. It's like, hey, my guy, I want to play the healer, or I want to play a tank, or I want to, if you want to take it down kind of like the MMO path. You can kind of, that way you don't wind up having a group. It's like everybody's playing a warrior, like a fighter, which that can absolutely happen, and you're not like screwed if that happens. But just in case someone's like, for example, we've got Brogan or No Nat Ones, who we always joke that he's a very special snowflake. He always wants to be unique.
That's true,
even though he is not.
No one is,
and we constantly remind him of that. Don't you worry. But yeah, he's a snowflake, and so he wouldn't want to, like, if I made a fighter, he also probably would not want to play a fighter, because now we have two fighters and it's kind of an overlap. We could fill another niche if somebody else was playing something else.
Yeah. You can give expectations, tone, dictate rules, etc. loosely without having anything scheduled or talked about over time, casually and before starting the game. It doesn't have to be too organized. So you could, yes.
Yeah.
That is 100% a thing. My what we're proposing, though, is something that we don't have to then, like, go back and re-evaluate how things are done, like, as we're playing the game, because we've already set that expectation or that tone or all that kind of stuff, right? Because in the middle of a session, you could obviously then say, oh, this is how this works, without having explained it to people before, and then you might encounter. To be fair, this is dependent on your table. You might encounter people who are then like, oh, well, I don't think that we should do it that way. And then like a lot of people might agree, and then you have a discussion of that, and that might take you a while to like come to a better solution, right?
Yeah.
And of course, you could be 100% like, no, this is how I want to do it, and then have no discussion. But then at that point, it's like, oh, okay, it's unfortunate, but sure, I guess.
But getting having the group together at that time instead of kind of playing like email tag or texting tag, or if people just don't like doing group texts, which fuck group texts, I fucking hate them. They're so annoying. If people are having conversations, it's making my phone go off. I'm like, oh, shut up, But yeah, we definitely like, and we always do session zeros, and you are absolutely fine to not like them.
Yeah,
but there are definitely good reasons to have a session zero. If
I don't think it's a crutch. Like I think that's like that is such a weird way to put it. Absolutely weird.
Yeah.
All those plans can be done without a session zero. Just have everyone do this prior to whenever you have session 1 started. Between now and then, questions and discussions can be had without pressure.
So
there's
then
no
what
pressure.
you're describing is a session zero.
Yeah, what you're describing is a session zero in general.
Yeah. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. It also grains on me. There are players and DMs like yourselves who call it a red flag when someone like myself sees it as an overreaction, like a parent putting bubble wrap on a child when they go to play. What?
Do you wrap your child in bubble wrap?
Who call it a red flag when someone like myself sees it as an overreaction. Like, I'm not saying you're overreacting. Yeah. I'm saying I disagree with you. And I'm giving you my reasoning. This isn't an overreaction. Do I sound like I'm overreacting? I don't think so. I'm not.
I don't think so.
To be fair, again, we were just saying if you don't want to do a session zero, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
But calling it a crutch is I don't think a thing. Like I don't think that's.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
So I don't really understand why calling it a crutch well, let me see. How do I want to put this? So a crutch would imply that it's like, the campaign is effectively damaged by using it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or people
have you had like really bad experiences with past session zeros? Like, have you been in campaigns where people have had session zeros and it was like really, really negatively affected the resulting game? Because now I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah. I mean, you ever see parents who take protecting children overboard when they go outside and put elbow and knee pads on kids or put leashes on children in stores and get them under control? Like that.
Leashes?
Overboard.
Really?
Yeah, that's a weird thing that I saw like a long time ago.
God,
I've never seen it. Like
no, I've never seen that.
Like I remember seeing that as a thing. So, I don't think that's what we're doing. In the slightest. Yeah. What we're doing is making it so that we have a shared understanding of how things are going to be, so that we don't have to worry about like things in the future as much. That's all it is. Like, sure, we can't cover everything, but when you say that these things can be done without pressure, I don't think a session zero is pressure.
Yeah.
Like at that point, we are just trying to figure out how we want to have our things go, because it is, again, it's the group coming together to figure out like overall what we want to go for, right?
Yeah.
And it's there to help with vetoing ideas or really getting those things out there so that we all can have a group experience that's fun. Now, if you don't need to do that at all for your group, that's totally great. Fine. Like I'm glad that you have that as a group. But I don't think that it's a bad thing if other people want to do that. And every time we cover something where it could be fixed by just having a conversation before a game starts, like, because we've said that before, that's whenever we say that in a session zero you could talk about something and really get it hashed out beforehand. That way it doesn't come up at all, right? We've said that before in many a thing that we've covered. That's what we mean.
Yeah.
And like,
I think actually when we started Devils and Dice, if I remember correctly, there was a homebrew rule that I wanted to introduce that I did it during the session zero, and we talked about it because I thought it was going to be a really neat idea, but then everybody else pointed out, it's like, well, there are some flaws to that. And I'm like, oh, okay, what are they? They told me, and I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Let's not do that. Because what I wanted to do was, I wanted to do a thing where if you got a crit and you had like an appropriate weapon, you could either do double damage as normal, or you could apply like some kind of a status effect. So like if you had like a blunt weapon, like a mace or something, you could choose to be like, instead of doing double damage, I want to like stun the guy or, like knock him out or something like that. And then you were like, well, if we have that, we're never really going to take the double damage. We're pretty much always just going to go for the status effect. I'm like, yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And then we didn't do that.
Yeah, we have our whole session 0 recorded and up for Devils and Dice. That's a thing. So, when I hear and see session 0, it makes me think that especially when someone's putting their game out there, that should be obviously done to get players to want to play your game and get together. Okay, so there's a difference here between, I guess what we're saying of what a session 0 entails and what like telling your friends you want to run a game is, right? There is a difference there. Now, sure, I can give you a vague concept to get you interested in something, right? I could tell you, hey, I want to play Vampire the Masquerade. It's going to be probably mostly based off what your characters want to do. As to what the story is going to be. It's going to be a very open sandbox, right? Not going to be something that's very linear, all that kind of stuff. I know, right? But I could tell you that, right? And it could set, and then I get people to go like, "Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I'd be interested in that."
That's essentially like opening the door.
Exactly. And then when I say, okay, so maybe we can get together, all of us, hopefully, or one at a time, and we could talk about what kind of character you want to make, like what you're looking for in the game, like what themes and such you want to see, or like the kinds of stories that your character might want to go through, like all this kind of stuff. That way I can get a better idea before we start here so that I know what to expect, right? That, and then those little sessions, quote unquote, are my session 0, right? Whether they're individual or they're group wide. That's my session 0. That way I can be better prepared so that I can have things run smoothly and I don't have to worry about doing something that's hopefully like going to be like super bad or something. I don't know.
To me, it kind of like the way you're describing it, it makes me think of running a session purely purely off the seat of your pants as opposed to having some sort of a plan.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you know.
And that's how I like to do things myself, but I can absolutely see like somebody just going, "Okay, make your characters, I'll figure it out, let's do it."
Yeah,
like,
no, that's like
totally fine.
Hell, if you could do that, that's fucking kudos. I wish I could. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. There's the advertisement and there's the details. When you hook them in, you can give them the details. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, and then you talk to everybody for the session. So this is the thing. It might be that you and both of us have different definitions of what a session 0 is, I guess. That might be causing the difference here. I don't know. But yeah, I don't, from looking at what you were saying before, again, I don't like when we call something a red flag, I don't know what you're referring to personally. Because I don't know I guess it's just whenever we say anything that could be done in a session 0 beforehand, if that's what you mean by that. In which case, are we wrong? Because I don't think so.
I don't know.
But again, if you don't want to do session 0s, that's fine. But I don't think that it's, I guess, helpful or exactly correct to say, well, doing a session 0, everybody who does it, it's kind of a crutch for them, because it's like, well, no, it's just a useful tool.
Yeah, it's just a tool. It'd be like saying that, using a hammer is a crutch for building a house.
Right. Like, well, no, because that's more fundamental.
I know, but you know what I mean.
What I would refer it to more so is, you go out for sushi. And instead
I wouldn't.
Oh, that's sad.
I don't like sushi.
Oh, really? I love sushi.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of sushi.
Okay. But you go out for no, you're fine. You go out for sushi, and they give you both chopsticks and a fork and knife and spoon, right? And you could the chopsticks are there, and you could eat them that way, but you don't have to, because it's just a tool. It's there for you to use, but it's not necessary, essentially, right?
Yeah.
You could use the fork and knife. That's whatever, or the spoon. Who gives a shit, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
you're an
I hope
literal and like anti-weeb degen. If you
right, exactly, right. I use the chopsticks.
If I ate sushi, I would too. Hell, I eat ramen with chopsticks. That's fun.
Nice, yeah.
Anyway, go on. Sorry.
But yeah, so okay, here we go.
Yes.
It's a tool, but when I hear people grimace, look at you side-eye, or shake your head at not running a session 0, I have issue with it because they treat it as a necessary and a red flag. Oh, okay. Well, so so then you've misunderstood what we have been saying in the past. I hope that now you understand that we aren't saying you have to do one all the time. Every time we talk about session 0s, I think at least we imply, or at least it is implied, that we would solve it because we had a session 0, but it's not something that we would go, do it!
Like, do it! Yeah, no. Like, when we talk about that, and when we grimace and, do all that kind of shit, we are reviewing a video that had an issue with something that could have been solved by a session 0. That's that's why and how and when we do that.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, the people that we cover have talked about using session 0s a lot of the time. So, yeah. I don't know. It's bad Zoomer D&D logic. Well, so if
I'm
somebody...
I'm a boomer.
Yeah.
No, actually, God damn it.
If somebody is just like always like, again, it's an opinion that you can have that you always want to run a session 0, that you always should run a session 0, but I would push back and say, no, you don't have to necessarily. It is helpful. It is absolutely helpful, and if that's how you need to organize things, absolutely go for it, 100%. But if somebody else, as you are, August, if somebody else like yourself doesn't want to use a session 0, doesn't need to use a session 0, and can figure these things out and get them to go well during the game, then more power to you, dude. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm on it. Yeah, like, the thing is, this is like, let me see, how do I want to say this? This is us. If you are able to do your sessions and play your games and have fun with your group without a session 0, this is like, from our perspective, this is like someone who has to organize all their shit in a planner being impressed at somebody who has a photographic memory and can just do that shit.
Yeah, you are.
Or
the
someone
memory.
who's bad at math is talking to someone who can do like complex calculations in their head. That's amazing.
Yeah, no, that's good.
And so the thing is, people that are able to do that are relatively uncommon. And so we tend to push session 0s because they help the people that can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, more people.
It's like saying, hey, if you have trouble with math and doing like addition and subtraction, you should write the stuff down on paper so you can take care of it easier.
Exactly.
And figure it out and like visualize it and shit. But if you can do that in your head, fucking do it.
Yeah. Well, more people need to phrase it that way or change their thoughts to this, because it leads to a negative outlook to those who don't do session 0 or are pressured into it. I agree.
Yeah. Maybe we should do a video on that. That's actually a great idea.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, thank you, August. Sorry, I can't see a chat. What's his name?
That's August. Yeah, August.
August. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that we got to this. See, that's the thing right there.
Yes, that's what we want.
Yeah.
Look at that discussion and discourse, and it's also
I'm glad.
I have to say it just because it's the internet. I'm glad that you weren't like a super aggro person and that you were willing to actually, go back and forth with us without getting like angry.
Yeah.
And again, I'm just saying that because it's the internet. Right, you know how it is.
I know, I get you. Right, I get that math example. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. So, no, I'm glad. I hope that you have a better understanding of how we view these things. And I hope that if we do say things in such a way that does get you to think that that's how we think, that this has made that not that way anymore. So
Yeah. And like, I mean, hell, if we say more shit like that, bring
Call
it.
us out.
Like, if we say stuff that rubs you the wrong way, bring it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we hadn't really even considered the whole us, like, oh, do a session 0. It's really helpful. Might actually be that way.
Yeah, I figured that it was obvious that we thought that it was a tool that you could use and that a lot of the time it is very helpful and that's just it. I didn't realize that it was something that could be seen as a more of a pressure in that kind of respect. So yeah, thank you. My blood pressure is too high. I've been trying to keep my anger to a minimum for my doctor's sake. Well, there you go.
Oh, fair enough. Just low sodium. I had high blood pressure too. Like,
guidelines rather than hardcore rules to follow, said Timothy before. Yes. Yeah. I think it's a tool also. Yeah. All right. Well, don't let anyone ever tell you that we just ignore other opinions and such.
Is dissenting opinion the proper term there?
Yeah. I think that it's we would ignore dissenting opinions. That's right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, don't let anybody ever tell you that. We're willing to have a conversation.
Indeed.
That's the whole point.
Yes.
Okay.
Literally the title of the podcast.
Right. So, let's continue.
Yes. My brain hurts
the intended design and what's actually happening at the table. Whoever wrote this adventure didn't know how many players I have or their style of play. You know your player's style. Wizards of the Coast doesn't. Neither does MCDM. We can't design a single adventure that is optimal for every style of play. It's impossible. I've experienced this directly, and if you've watched only a few online games, you have too. One table is full of tabletop gaming nerds who play Robo Rally and Dune together. Another is full of folks who hang out and watch movies together, or play social games. Even if both groups have the same number of players, these differences in style mean an adventure that works really well for this table needs a lot of work to make it fun for that table. I have played with folks where just adding this one specific player to your table, because they're an experienced wargamer, suddenly mean all the bad guys need to be a lot tougher. Doesn't matter what class he's playing. How on earth would the rules account for that? Oh, if you have a really good tactical player, add this monster to your encounter and it will all balance out. A table with a lot of tactical players will grind through an orc encounter very differently than a bunch of social gamers. And the reverse is true. One group might think that infiltrating the Baron's gala in disguise and discreetly whispering into the guests' ears, trying to plant suspicion of who murdered his wife, sounds like a lot of fun. Another group might look at that encounter and just throw up their hands, hope the DM lets them just make a persuasion check and move on or whatever. Huge variation in the number of players and style from one table to another. And not only is no adventure equally suited for every table, I don't even think every class is balanced the same for every possible combination of players and style. There are some tables.
Fucking mouse. Yeah.
I was still fucking up.
Yeah, it's gonna. I'm hoping to get a new one before Thanksgiving. Hopefully, we'll see.
Yeah.
I guess overall we're like a 2/3 of the way through the video, but at this point it's just like yeah, right?
Yeah,
because
this is just a video.
Yeah, unfortunately, because in the beginning it seemed a little bit more contentious, but as he keeps going, it's like, well, yeah, I agree with you.
These are kind of just obvious points, at least.
Right, which
it just feels
again,
obvious.
I guess it's more of a thing of like other people need to hear them. But that's it, right? I don't have much to add, I guess. Because he is going through good examples.
Yeah.
This is why you're my favorite podcast. Oh, because we'll talk to people? That's good. Thank you. This is the first time in months I had an online argument that didn't devolve into trolling. Well, good. I'm glad, August.
Yeah, sorry that we thought you were memeing.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where but it's good that you clarified. I'm sure the wargamers would hold everyone at the gala hostage. That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool, I meme a lot. That's fair, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I don't know when people meme or not. I don't. I'm old. I'll just read your thing and go, and if it's like very obvious, I'll go, ah. And if it's not, I'll probably go, ah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Out there that think this class is hugely overpowered, and others who think it's sort of weak sauce, even though they're both using the same design. Different tables have wildly different reactions to the same design. And no one talks about this. Some people do, but mostly everyone online just assumes that they all basically have the same table playing in the same style. And the only thing to argue about, therefore, is the rules. But I think the differences in tables and style of play is the most important thing to talk about, way more important than the actual rules. Tabletop RPGs are not...
Okay, but the problem is that this is kind of like... Okay, so I can actually bring up my point. That point there where he's like, oh, the only thing worth arguing about is the players and the different shit. This, to me, this reminds me of a thing that I had before. A long time ago when I was talking about Cthulhu magic.
Okay.
Where I described a spell, and I was talking about how Cthulhu magic is darker than D&D magic, for obvious fucking reasons.
Yep.
And the thing that came up was I described a spell, and I think it was either you or Aiden who came in after I described the spell and said, well, you can pretty much do that with any spell in D&D. All you gotta do is just flavor it. And that is a correct statement.
Oh, yeah.
That is 100% correct, but the problem with that statement is the fact that we can't comment effectively on something that you would add to a book. We can only comment on what's in the book, because at that point we would be reviewing something that doesn't exist.
Right. Right.
You see what I mean? It's kind of hard for me to word it.
Let me try to, I guess, rephrase it a bit. When we talk about homebrew, right? Every time we talk about homebrew, it's incredibly subjective.
Yes.
We have nothing really to go off but the effectiveness that we can see by it, right? That, and by using it compared to the rules, right? We need to figure out how the things are balanced in the rule itself before we can talk about how things can change with the homebrew. And with talking about how, like, tables are more so than the rules itself, we could, but that would be a very short conversation. We could go, hello, your table means that your game is going to be different than everything else. Goodbye. And, like, that would be true. But if we have this conversation about, like, okay, so a CR4 goblin, for some reason it's CR4. A CR4 goblin who's fucking swole as hell, apparently.
It's the swoblin.
That's right, it's the swoblin. The CR4 swoblin is meant to be for 4 players. Because that's how CR works. 4 level 4 players. Okay, now, we can then talk about, okay, so if we bring in, like, I don't know, if we want to, like, scale them down to, like, less people, or we want to scale
into a slimblin.
Right, yeah, we want to do this kind of stuff. Like, we can talk about the homebrew stuff that we could do to this swoblin, but it really we have to base things from that standpoint of, like, what is written down, right? And
base.
That's right. And
sorry.
No, you're good. If we had no conversation, no argument about how the rules work in different situations, even if we don't know other people's situation of, like, what their table is and stuff, we wouldn't be having any conversations at all.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, we could, I guess, but the basis there is that rule, right?
Yeah.
And it would be a way different conversation if we just went by homebrew stuff, because then it's just like, I guess that's a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, neat.
And so it just winds up being this really weird thing where it's like, how much point is there in talking about something that will be completely subjective?
Yeah. Like,
and it cannot effectively, it can be, but effectively can't be quantified the same way a hard fact like a rule can be.
Yes, exactly. Know? If we want to talk about the damage value of a longsword based off of this homebrew setting, then we talk about, like, how the longsword is bad for my table, basically. Like, that's how we'll go. And then somebody else can counter with, well, maybe you should do it this way because it's working for me on my table this way, right? And you're like, but their table is like 12 people, and you're like, okay, but you don't know that, right? But it still might work. That's the thing. It still might work. I don't know, right? Like, and then you have that back and forth. Right, it just works. Yeah, so
damn it, God Howard.
That's right. Here's your Walker and warm milk, Grandpa. Make sure to put on your overly large black-rimmed milk bottle spectacles to read the chat. Thank you.
Goddamn right.
I'll do so. So what I see from this video is that he thinks there are balance issues, which can be true. I just hope I'm right on the right track. So no, he's saying that he's like, everybody's arguing about the rules where they should be now thinking maybe their table is different than my table, so that maybe we can have less arguments of the rules. Yeah, that's what I'm gathering, and I'm like,
yeah, it's like, but don't argue less about the rules. Argue whether or not this concept works for your entire table,
right?
And, all
and
the
like,
players.
Make sure that you make it known, I guess, that your table is different than their table. Yeah,
it's a very weird issue to have.
When we're discussing a rule, we might bring up like our tables and stuff, and then we can get that context. But in the beginning, we can have the issue and then get to that point, right? We don't need to not have an argument just because we then think, oh, well, not everybody might think this way. That's not how this works.
It's really not.
Have you ever looked at anything ever, a debate of any sort, of like anything?
Yeah, because like, you don't just stop the debate because it's like, no one's gonna worry about this.
Right. Yeah.
Someone is, especially nowadays.
Yeah. Like I am correct, personally, me. I am correct in what I say. I know this as true because I believe it, right?
But my table.
Well, I guess we can have a conversation so that you can try to convince me that I am correct or not correct. Right? Yeah, that's the way that these things work. So I don't think that having these online arguments is bad. I really don't. So
yeah, no. Because the thing is, it's like in competition. Oh, sorry. That's all. It's like brands or shops competing.
Yeah.
We win. It doesn't matter who wins the argument, usually. We win. Because we are arguing about it because we want something to change, and most people want it to change for the better, unless you're the fuckers that wanted fucking mind flayers to not be a hive mind, or you wanted the fucking beholders to be nice. Why can't they just like everybody?
Why can't they just be evil?
No, they can't. The bad guys can't be evil.
No, we can't have anything be inherently evil. That's racist.
God damn it.
Yeah. Not everything translates from system to system, table to table, and may be better to work along the lines of what is intended as opposed to in the interpretation or how someone else did it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Exactly. That's the thing. That's why TTRPGs are so cool, because the sky is the limit and things can be changed if needed. Yeah.
Yeah. On the fly. Oh, what the fuck? Why is this all the way over here?
Oh, I get it. He needs a new group then.
Yikes.
No, I don't think that's the point. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not the point.
Koval is just
funny,
looking.
Though.
I think it's funny. It is funny, but I think that it's literally he's looking online at the discussion. And to be fair, I also lament when I see discussion online because most of the time it's fucking garbage.
Yeah.
But he's lamenting more so about D&D's discussion. And that's fair, I guess. You can do so, but at the same time, I don't think that the problem is inherent because we don't understand that everything is going to be different to everybody else. Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the majority of the people online, but I think we all understand that not everything is going to be the same for everybody else. Pretty sure.
Yeah, as much as people might want it to be,
yeah,
it's not.
It's not. It's not in the slightest.
Yeah.
Like other games, but there are a lot of folks online who only seem to have fun if they can assume that they are like other games, and they can just take all their arguments about which boss is overpowered in Elden Ring and just import them to D&D.
Oh, what? Oh, this is where we're going? What? What? Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
The thing is, like, I know that that's an argument that comes up a lot, and it is a fucking argument that is generally correct, but fuck, I'm getting so goddamn sick of the whole video games make D&D players shit. I'm getting so goddamn sick of the narrative.
I don't even know what this is anymore. I don't get why is this being brought up? Why?
Where does this even come from?
Yeah, what does that matter? Like, I thought we were talking about D&D forums and TTRPG forums specifically. Now we're talking about Elden Ring?
Boss conversations?
Like, just in general, Elden Ring? Why do we... What does that have any relevance to anything?
Well,
Who cares?
Elden Ring is the D&D game of all time.
That is true. I just, like... Okay, so... It suddenly got hard hearing about Elden Ring. What? Like, I love Elden Ring, but what's the point here? Yeah, fair enough. But, like, so... Okay. What? I'm trying to formulate why this was brought up. I really am. Because
so then how about you rewind it and we can get it again?
Well, he's not going to help me.
Games, but there are a lot of folks online who only seem to have fun if they can assume that they are like other games, and they can just take all their arguments about which boss is overpowered in Elden Ring and just import them to D&D.
Okay, that does actually help me a little bit. So
there we go.
He's making the point that people look at other things like Elden Ring
and other games,
and
like
they
D&D
assume that D&D is going to be the same.
Well, no, I think what he's getting at here is that they want to be people who have an issue with something in a D&D game want to be able to point to something and say, this is objectively correct.
Oh.
And then so you are doing it wrong and or blah blah blah.
Okay, so this is
I hope.
I guess if that is the case, again, I'm unclear, but if that is what he means, then dude, what you do is you go, well, D&D is an Elden Ring because that is true.
Yeah, that is also an objective fucking truth.
Yeah, it could be based in Elden Ring, like the setting, I guess.
Yeah.
It could be that you play Elden Ring like you were a D&D class, but it is not the same thing in the slightest. And I agree that if somebody comes in with that viewpoint, that they need to be corrected, I guess. Because they need to understand that this is not these are not the same. We are not the same.
Yeah.
Like, but like what? What is going on?
I don't know, man. Very strange.
Yeah. Less because the monsters in D&D are far harder to deal with than Melania. Yeah. Hey, Mark.
Hello.
That's funny if someone only played Candyland, so D&D has to play like it.
That would be amazing.
That'd be so funny. George R.R. Martin made Elden Ring to compete with Gygax in D&D. It all makes sense. I see the narrative now. Yeah, there you go, August. Thank you. Tim, you're on the mark. They tried to make D&D, but ended up making Candyland instead. Can Candyland be based in Elden Ring? I don't see why not. Yeah.
Dude. God damn. Now I just want to play Candyland. Like D&D.
I like Chrono Trigger.
Yeah. Tabletop sim.
Candyland? Yeah, absolutely. That's
nice.
100% it has to be. Okay. It just throws me off when somebody brings something completely irrelevant into the conversation, I guess.
Yeah, remember when they brought in fucking Fortnite and Roblox and then didn't say anything about fucking...
God, yeah, Roblox was never mentioned.
They didn't say anything about it. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Boomer DM who was like,
the
new version is going to be
Dungeon
better.
Master, I think it was.
Yes, that guy.
Yeah.
No, not Professor Dungeon Master, the other one. The one who was like,
man.
TTR, the fucking,
the suit man.
Yeah, virtual tabletop. That's it. Sorry.
Yes, the virtual tabletop guy. Yeah.
The virtual tabletop will ruin D&D because now it's online and it's not like how we used to play in my day.
That's right. Yeah.
It's that guy. Jesus Christ, my brain. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I completely forgot. I had them mixed up because they both wear suits.
Yeah.
Can't be done. This is one of those videos where I'm just expressing how I see things and I don't really have a solution. But I wonder if you couldn't come up with something like an alignment chart for groups. On one axis, how big is my group? I don't know what the categories would be, but maybe 1 to 2 players, 3 or 4 players, 5 or more. maybe not, because I think having only one player is a unique challenge. Then you would have another axis, which is how tactically oriented is my group. On one side, we're basically wargamers, which does not preclude also liking the social roleplay stuff. And on the other side, we're basically drama geeks, which does not preclude also liking the tactical stuff. I'm reminded of this chart on the back of all the classic Avalon Hill bookcase games where they showed you how complex the game was and also how suitable it was for solitaire play. This was back when, if you were a board gaming nerd, you were very likely the only board gaming nerd you knew IRL, and IRL was the only way to know people. So suitability for solo play was a major selling point. You know, it used to be back in the Usenet days where folks had signatures to their messages, that folks who played a given game would have a code in their signature. I remember for the Legend of the Five Rings card game, it was just this string of numbers, but it represented how well you knew the rules, how often you played. Did you play 1v1 or multiplayer? What clan did you play? Did you play in tournaments? Had you ever won a tournament? And you'd end up in an argument with somebody about something, and then you would check their sig, and you would see, oh, this person only plays 1v1. They have never experienced any of the problems my group are having with this stupid game.
Okay, I think now I'm getting it. I'm getting the point. All right, I can understand now. Okay. So, what he's advocating for is a way for us to figure out how to understand each other better. That's what he's doing. That's it. Okay? Now, my counter, instead of coming up with a weird chart that has so many things that we don't need, is we just talk to each other and have this argument and then get to the point where we talk, like, because you're already giving me, you argued with somebody, you looked at their thing, but what can happen in the arguments now is you argue with somebody and then somebody else goes, well, my group is like this. And then you go, oh! Now, to be fair, do people do that a lot? Probably not. I will make a generous assumption here that some people online who just argue only argue and never try to understand each other. I think that's more of the problem with talking about anything.
Yeah.
Not just D&D. So I agree. If that's what we're going for here, and we want to have people understanding more, and actually having more conversations, and actually getting to the meat of the issue, and understanding each side and all that kind of stuff, defining how we have these standpoints before we get to the point of, like, just getting very upset and not talking to them ever again, then I agree. I agree in that respect. But that's more of a social issue in general about everything, not just about D&D.
Yeah. What you're advocating for is essentially don't be a shitter online.
Right. In which
Good
case,
luck with that.
I was going to say, like, sure, yes, I agree with you. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, no.
Good luck.
Sorry. As much as everybody, literally everybody, might want that to happen, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. No one ever wants to complain about the Lich fight in Icewind Dale. PC. That was so dumb. You could get 3 times. You could level. You could level 3 times, but because of the game engine, you only get 1 level. Oh,
what the fuck?
That sucks. From the XP you got from the fight. Wow.
That's bullshit.
That sucks. That's really bad. Holy
what
fuck.
The fuck?
Dungeons and Double Dragons. That'd be sick. It's fucking beat 'em up, Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, that's.
I mean, there is
Vistara.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually own that.
It's on Steam.
Yeah, I have that.
Same.
Excuse me. I do love the discussion in Discourse, indeed. Right? Exactly. So the topic of this is, how do I people? Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's not a D&D issue. That's a society issue. It gets worse every day. Yes.
Yep. It
Lesson of the video.
Fucking does.
Lesson of the video. Don't be Elon Musk. Rephrase. Don't act like Elon Musk. There you go. Yes. That's a good lesson. Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay. Well, now I get it now.
Yeah.
Neat.
It's still not really a point worth making.
I mean, I think it's something that we all understand. But I also think that, I guess make this, if we want to start the change at D&D, sure. Okay. It's not a bad thing to say, but it is just like one of those things of like, okay, but you've rephrased this as this is just a D&D issue. Yeah. And I'm like, well, no.
Be the change you want to see in the dungeon.
That's right. Be the dragon you want to see in the dungeon.
That way you're not the one getting fucking toasted.
Yeah.
Because there's 8 of us. It was very useful when it came to understanding where the person on the other side of the screen was coming from. Imagine an ecology where there are lots of different adventures out there and they are, I don't know, color-coded, so that you know a light blue colored adventure is for small groups of socially oriented players. A deep red adventure is for big...
You want to know... you don't they have, like, recommendations of how many players are for things? I don't know if they do that for modules, to be fair.
They did for D&D, and in fact, what's hilarious is that the person that I never ever mention, who doesn't do any reviews ever, Seth Skrkowski.
Yeah.
He does a lot of AD&D reviews.
Yeah.
And fucking in every single one of the like in-house published adventures for AD&D, they had a thing where it was called, I don't know all of the letters, but one of them was the I series of adventures, as in the letter I.
Yeah.
And I stands for intermediate.
Of course.
So it was an intermediate adventure. So they did have that.
Well, so what I will say is that the case anymore? Right?
Now that I don't know, because I don't buy D&D modules. That's
Me too. So I'll look at a couple of ones that I can just see.
Yeah.
This one...
Descent into Avernus, I guess.
Yeah.
That's an easy one to find, I would imagine. To find on the high seas, maybe.
Potentially, but I have some stuff here in my folder.
Yeah, already got from the high seas. Already plundered.
I can confirm nor deny. Can neither confirm nor deny. So I've had a Princes of the Apocalypse thing here. Credits forward. Using this book might be a good place.
Yeah.
Princes of the Apocalypse. This is on page 5 of Princes of the Apocalypse, a D&D module for 5th edition.
Okay.
Princes of the Apocalypse presents an epic campaign against the forces of elemental evil that can occupy you and your players for many months. Characters who are at least 3rd level can dive right into the main adventure. A party of 1st or 2nd level characters should start with the mini-adventure in Chapter 6. So that gives you at least some element of, like, what this is for, at least challenge-wise.
It gives you some information as to when and where it will be appropriate.
Right.
Obviously, again, even as Matt was saying, they can't know your players.
Yes.
So there's no point. What are they going to do?
Right.
That's all they can do, realistically.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. I see in the chat right now, Das Jingo, hello, says, D&D supposedly has built-in recommended party size, otherwise CR breaks, wink wink. Yeah, that's the other thing. Everything is based off, and everybody knows this, I'm pretty sure it's explained in the DMG even.
Like the monster manual and shit.
Or the monster manual itself. But like I'm sure that it's explained that CR is based off of a 4-person party that are each of that level of the CR. That is what they expect, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what they base
intended.
That's what they base everything on. Everything. Because everything has CR. So everything is based off of a 4-player party. Yeah. So you already have that everything is like that, at least from the get-go. Now, should they maybe say that that it's meant for 4 people on the covers? Potentially. I don't see why that would be a detraction. I think it would be fine. I don't think it's necessary, though, considering that when you actually dive into D&D, you're more likely to, if you're brand new, to read all of the material, hopefully. Please read your material if you're brand new to understand the game before you start doing it. But it is there, and whether or not, I mean, we all agree CR is borked. Everybody agrees. But that is the intention and that is the design, right?
Yes.
So it is there for you as your basis, and you can change it as you will. Now, would it be better if they started to color code for 2 to 4 to 4 to 6, like all that kind of? I don't think so. I don't think they need to do that.
Yeah, like the thing is, it could be better, but it doesn't need to be. Like
Yes.
what they have now is enough.
Yes, exactly. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
We're introducing colors. That's dangerous. Yes. 90% of online arguments suck. That might be a low estimate. Well, yeah, that's true.
Really,
that's
we
why
had
you
a pretty good argument.
Well, we are a part of the 1%.
Yeah, of the arguments that actually go well and result in learning and shit.
Exactly, understanding.
Yeah.
That's why you should always argue with us.
Adding wrinkles to your brain.
Yeah. CR is but an illusion of challenge. Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's pretty good. I like it.
That's pretty good, actually.
I promise you, 15% of people who play D&D nowadays skip reading the basic rules, potentially. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe it. It sucks.
You can make a Goblin CR50 if you want. You could.
Hell yeah, dude.
This gen of gamers learn through memes for the rules. That's true. You're right about that.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Or argue with me. You learn more, says August. That's fair. Yeah, so okay. I just, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, sure, I guess we could do that, but I think we all have this understanding that we're like, everybody has a different experience with D&D, whether it be whoever's like running it or whoever's playing it. Like it's just, there's a lot of variables. I think we all get that, at least at this point. I hope.
Yeah.
Though, to be fair, if a lot of these channels who are very popular keep like saying you should do it this way, then maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
Big groups of minded players, and then you get a whole rainbow of adventures supporting different flavors of table.
Oh man, he
like
had a
these
rainbow
charts on the
thing
back
on
of the Avalon
hand.
Hill games. One bar is group size, another one is social versus tactical. Maybe we would get more and better adventures this way, since designers
okay, so wait, here's the problem with that, though. You described a scenario where... Okay, remember when he was talking about, going into the Duke's Gala and doing all that shit?
Yeah.
There would have been two options there, where you could have... Like, let's say, for example, it was rated as an adventure for people who like roleplay and shit like that. But you could just as easily have a group go into this adventure that's built for roleplayers and just say, can I just have a persuade check? So even that wouldn't work.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah.
You know what you mean?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like, you're not gonna have every group that is like the roleplay focused group might not do roleplay all the time for everything.
Yeah.
Yes, I get what you mean.
Yeah, so like there's not much point in even introducing that. I guess just to give, I guess it's just to advertise. It's like, oh, this is one that's for roleplay.
Right. Yeah.
But
well, in which case
it still wouldn't mean anything if you could just circumvent it if you wanted.
Yeah, that's the thing about how old TTRPGs are, right?
Yeah.
Anything could result in whatever because of however people act in the moment.
Yeah,
like
and dice.
You can't, and you can't account for all of that, right? And so the way that they do it now, where they just give you these guidelines or give you the adventure itself, and they just go, these are what's here. This is what will happen if this happens. Here you go, right? That's enough. Because then you just go, okay, but as you are looking at it, then you go, but like, what happens if, and then you just insert whatever, and then you go, okay, I'll figure out what might happen. And then in the game, somebody else goes, well, I want to do this, and you go,
oh no, okay, roll your fucking luck.
Right, yeah, like, oh my god, well, let's figure this out, give me a second, you know?
Pull my collar and
yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. Again, I think that it might be fine to do this if you want, but I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it would stop the conversations that happen already. Right? Like it might reduce them slightly, like a negligible amount, because people like to like to
People
talk.
like to argue.
And they like to argue, and they like
People
to try to
write
put their
about stuff.
they try to put their opinions out there because they think that they're right, and sometimes they are.
Aw,
Sometimes.
you didn't hear that.
No, what did you say? Sorry.
I said people like to be right. August.
Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, in general,
Yeah.
like I said, I know I'm right about a lot of things. I am. I just am. And until I'm proven otherwise by a conversation with enough evidence to make me understand like that I am wrong, I'm gonna be right. So
Exactly.
I'm gonna have the perspective that I have, and I'm going to use that perspective when I talk to people.
Yeah. I mean, that's all you can do.
Yeah, and that's healthy and fine.
Yes, that's not an unhealthy way to think about it.
It's the thing where you go into a lot of situations and people seem to be really averse to this whole thing of like that they have this opinion and that an argument is always bad. And that's why that's why every time I talk to somebody and we talk about an argument, like the word, I always say, well, it has a negative connotation. And I understand that. But I like to use the second definition where the argument itself is the thing. It is what you are presenting. It is that. And yes, an argument that could be made out of it is also fair enough, right? And it has that negative, like literally if you look up the definition, an argument is apparently let me bring it up. I'll give you the actual definition. That way I'm not just fucking floundering here trying to remember it. But it says it's negative. And I hate that. Here we go. An exchange of diverging or opposing views, typically a heated or angry one. Now that means typically it is, but I like to think of it as arguments can also be very, like, not heated. They can be fine.
Yeah, to present an argument, like a Phoenix Wright game.
Which that is a reason or set of reasons given with the aim of persuading others that an action or idea is right or wrong. That's the definition that I like, because that's what I like to present is my argument. The argument that I'm having is usually termed as a discussion or a debate or something like that, but I like to also call it an argument because I like to remove, or at least try to remove, that stigma of it always being a heated, fucking angry one, because this says typically, which means it's not always, which means we can, like, yes, sure, we can have it and I can get really angry at you, but it can still be like but it can be far more productive than that. Yeah, and even if it is an angry one, even if it is something that has a heated kind of element, then it can still be productive, right? Yeah. Like it's just, it gets in your head and you start thinking about these ideas. Potentially you might disregard them entirely, and potentially it might eat you until you start thinking about it more.
Yeah, not these bastards. Sorry.
I like role-playing in some situations and not in others. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yes.
Blood for the blood god. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hell, we've had moments like that where fucking, like, sometimes you're just fucking tired.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I remember there was one time when Aiden was really tired and he was like, I stab him. Yeah. Every round, it's like, I stab him. And like, okay.
Yeah. And it's fair.
That's fine.
Yeah, you get tired sometimes. If I take Coville's hair, will I get his power, wisdom, and wealth? Maybe. I don't know. Reminds me of a conversation / argument discussion I once had with someone. If you can't prove that I'm wrong, then I'm right. Well, so yeah, if you get to that point, it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, well, I'm not wrong, right? Like that's the thing. If you can't give me evidence, right, that actually puts me in a position where I am incorrect. If you can give me enough that I can go like, oh, okay, I can see how you think that way. Then I can understand your situation or your perspective, right? And then, like, sure, I can still have my opinion, but it doesn't conflict, right? We can have an understanding, and I can understand when you talk about something, I understand that you have your ideas about this. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, well, you don't always have to be able to convince somebody, because again, agree to disagree is a meme, but it is true at some points, because at some points you get to a point where it's like point. At some points you have this like understanding that you, Yeah, that you can't. You're just going to talk past each other. You're not going to convince each other, and that's fine in a lot of occasions, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
Start from, I want to make an adventure for a small group of socially minded players, because we would have language for this stuff. And you'd have a much more robust discussion online because we would have tools to help communicate about.
So, you can do that for your thing that you want to make.
Yeah.
Just because the official stuff doesn't do this doesn't mean that you can't.
Yeah.
And in fact, I would say, again, be the change you want to see in the world.
Be the dragon you want to see in the dungeon.
Yeah,
yes.
Be the dragon you want to be in the dungeon. And
be the great you want to see in Cthulhu.
Yeah. If you want to do, and there is nothing wrong with it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you design things for this kind of thing, then people can have these conversations, or less of these conversations for your products, I guess. And if that's what you want, that's what you can get. There'll still be those people who do it. Don't you dare think otherwise, but there will be less, I guess.
Yeah.
It makes a stalemate where no one can prove each other wrong. Yeah. That's a thing. And it's totally fine to reach that once you just, as long as you understand each other, and it's not like one of those things where it breaks things, I guess. Because that's the thing. I don't know if anybody knows this, but sometimes you can still, like, you can still understand and accept somebody else who doesn't think the same way that you do.
Yeah, you can still be, it is possible.
Not everything is just a fucking, hey, you better think my way or get fucked. God, I'm so happy that Twitter is dying.
It's the best thing Elon Musk has done so far. That and, making a flamethrower.
Could you pay for my Twitter, please? Oh man, all the memes for that were so good that were just going, and then people were just like changing themselves to Elon's picture with him being bald and shit, and just saying shit.
God, really?
With verified check marks, and it was so good.
That's amazing.
Oh,
shit.
I loved how he was trying to shut the shit down. It was so funny.
That is why I sometimes do genuinely like Elon Musk, because he really just seems like another internet shitter.
Oh, he is.
With just a lot of fucking money.
He absolutely is, but he was getting real butthurt about that stuff. So
really?
It wasn't great.
Oh.
Which is why people were doing it, because he kept getting upset. And it's like, dude, you don't understand what you're doing. I thought you were one of us.
You brought this on yourself. You knew what you were doing.
It was so funny. No, you can't. Either you agree with me or we settle this in a game of dodgeball. That's fair, August. Yeah. What's everyone's Mastodon account, by the way? What the hell is Mastodon?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds fucking cool, though.
Yeah. Anyway.
How we are playing the game. Anyway, just something on my mind I thought I would share with you. It might make a difference in how we talk about the game.
No.
Probably not, but it's still worth a video, I thought. We are still prepping and planning our next big project, the MCDM Monster Book. If you want an alert when it goes live, we have a link you can click down below.
This was like months ago, so it's probably out by this point.
Yeah, it's probably already out.
Beast Heart Minis are back in stock, so if you want a pet owlbear or a pet sporling, hie thee hence to mcdmstore.com. And if you don't know how a pet owlbear works or what a sporling is, you could pick up the Beast Heart, our new companion class for 5th edition. Thanks for watching, folks. We got a lot of different kinds of videos in the pike, so I don't know what you're...
So, like a Beastmaster that's not trash?
Yeah. They've done a lot of good stuff as far as I'm aware.
That's cool.
Mastodon is the social media everyone went to after Elon destroyed Twitter. That's exciting. I want it.
Oh my god,
I want
really?
to do it. Because when Twitter dies, I'll have nowhere to post when we go live.
Well, we'll have the community posts by then, maybe, hopefully.
Well, we do have the community posts, but like, reaching out to other people.
Oh, yeah, that. All the Twitter
all the people that aren't already subscribed that are hopefully subscribing right now, obviously.
Yeah.
Mastodon.
Did you know that only like 0% of our viewers are subscribed? Please subscribe. We need your money.
Oh, yeah. We have Discord. That is true. I also put it on the Discord, but it's one of those things where it's just it's to draw people in to come to the Discord and everything.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
God damn it.
I'm
that's
in the van.
So great that he's killing Twitter. Fuck, that's amazing.
Hey man, I only use Twitter for pictures that I enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, so like.
Yup.
Wait, on Twitter?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was mostly Instagram and OnlyFans.
Yeah. It is also there, but I don't
Huh.
go to either of those.
Mm.
I have Reddit.
Yeah, fair.
But I want a pet Mimic. Yeah, Mimic is cool. I can try to be the change you want to see in the world, but how can I be robot dinosaurs and anime girls? That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
I'd like a robot dinosaur.
A new type of Twitter. No thanks. Oh, absolutely. Don't do it if you don't. Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, right. If
it
just
turns
gonna
into
be the
Twitter
same
again,
fucking
that's
cesspool.
That's fine with me because I kind of enjoy it at times, right? But
yeah, and I mean, Hell Brogan gets a very big kick out of that shit.
That's true. Yeah, it's really funny. Do we have a Facebook page or Reddit? So this is the thing. I haven't made.
No, man, we got it on MySpace. Kicking it old school.
I tried to make a Facebook page a while ago, but since I hate Facebook and I don't use Facebook, like as soon as I made it, it deleted it because I didn't post on it on my regular Facebook thing that I made. Because that's a thing, right? But I just like threw it out, so I was like, fuck it, I don't care. Because once again, like, fucking Facebook, ugh. Right?
Yeah, no. Well, I think you mean Meta.
Oh,
Meta now.
I forgot that it's Meta now.
Yeah,
Jesus
no
Christ.
wonder.
Yeah, you're right.
No wonder we don't have one.
And the Reddit thing, I would be fine with there being. If somebody wants to make a Reddit for us, that's fine.
That'd be cool.
I don't want to be in charge of another thing because I'm already bad at the Discord and I'm bad at the Twitter. And I'm bad at the don't forget that we also have an Instagram that I haven't touched in 3 years basically.
Yeah.
So like actually no, it's 2 years because the last thing I posted I think was when I posted our fuck 2020 thing. That was great. But that was like yeah, if somebody wants to make a Reddit thing, I'll go and subscribe to it and stuff. Sure, and I'll look at memes and stuff that people put in there, and I'll be
Make
around.
us a Reddit so Alejo will fucking subscribe to you.
What? What I'm saying is, I don't want to run it, okay?
Yeah,
but I'll be a part of it.
Sounded
I'll give you an official stamp of approval, at least a little bit.
A blue verification check mark, as
yeah,
it
that's
were.
right. I'll pay you $8.
Don't impersonate our brand. We want people to give us their money, not you.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Just don't impersonate. Absolutely, please.
We're not bald. Not yet,
true.
anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Something that has to turn into Twitter. It's inevitable. That's true.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Something is going to fill that void.
What's your MSN Messenger?
What's your
that.
AOL?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, MySpace. Yeah. Tell me your Zanga. Oh man. Just YouTube for me. Good. Yeah, that's really all that I look at these days anyway.
Yeah, same.
How about your live journal? Let me sign it.
God damn it.
Tumblr and Pinterest links incoming. Oh my god. But yeah.
Remember when you could poke people?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do. In fact,
innocent times.
Yeah, I was watching with some friends the other day. What We Do in the Shadows. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't seen it, but I have not watched it, but I have seen it.
It's great. Yeah, no, I get it. It's one of my favorite pieces of vampire content because it's just a comedy, right?
Yeah.
The mockumentary. And one of the things in there is like they get introduced to Facebook, and one of them is like a torturer who is known as the Poker, and the guy who's introducing him to Facebook is like, and we can go and we can poker, and he's like, he stops for a second and he looks at him and goes, yes, and it's just funny.
Yeah,
I love that movie. It's great. I own it on Blu-ray because it's great.
That's funny shit.
I'll make a second Patreon for the $8 blue checkmark table tier.
God.
Oh god, no. What we do in the shadows is the best. Hell yeah. Yeah. It's great. It's again, it's one of my favorite pieces of vampire media. Like just because it's so funny and does it pretty well, I think. Anyway, that was the video because the rest of this is just
it's just been us shooting the shit, really.
Yeah, you've already seen all the links and stuff, and you should go check it. Like Coville's got good stuff.
Yeah.
This one is fine. It's just I don't know.
It's good.
Yeah,
it's very
Yeah, it's middle of the road, really. In
Yeah.
my book, because again, I think that most of us are at the point of like, yeah, this is a thing. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I have one other video.
Oh.
That we can get to, but first, oh, did you see what we do in the Shadows TV show? No, I haven't yet because that's on a streaming service, and I haven't paid for anything but like Amazon because I paid for that like a year, like for the full year, like a long while ago. So that's the only thing I have. But I do want to watch What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show. It looks just as funny, and it has what is his name? He was on the IT Crowd. He's on a lot of different things. He's just a funny actor. Fuck, I gotta find his name. It's just as good. Yeah, that's what Matt Berry. He's a funny guy. He's the guy. He was in the video that we've shared in our group chat, Boo. That was the guy who was like talking to that one woman who was just like who rejected him, and he went "fuck you" and kicked her dog.
Oh
or
yeah,
whatever.
him. Yeah.
That's Matt Berry. He's really funny. I love
Yeah.
that guy. He's really funny.
Oh my god, he punts the fucking dog.
Punts the dog. It's so funny.
It's great. Super good. Drop the fucking fish tank.
Yeah, the fish tank.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Throws it on the ground. Oh, what was that even from? I need to watch that show too.
I don't know, but it's super good.
Yeah. Anyway, very funny guy, and I think he's in that. I'm pretty sure he's in that. So, anyway, this is the point of the show where we talk about money and such. So,
this is where
plug
we
your
beg for
ears
money.
if you hate that.
Please give money.
What?
Please donate money to the money fund.
So, to the money fund.
Actually, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off here
good.
again. You know the game Totally Accurate Battlegrounds?
Yes.
Their in-game currency that you pay for is called Money Coin.
That's good. I like that.
I know. It's super good. It's really dumb.
So, hey, if you didn't know, we have a Patreon. You can go join that if you want. You don't have to. But for those of you who have, well, here's your shouts. So, from the top, we have Draco Kraken at tier 4. Thank you. Mog Zero at tier 4. Thank you as well. Rick, aka Unit Rico. Thank you at tier 4. Slazer at tier 4. Thank you. Steely at tier 4. Thank you. Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you so much. Chris at tier 2. Thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2. Thank you as well. Lux Serpent Eye at tier 2. Thank you so much. And of course, a thank you to tier 1. Appreciate y'all. Can there be an $8 tier on Patreon? I could make that, yes.
Yeah, and call it the Twitter tier.
I could call it the blue check table as was given. I could do that. If people really want that meme, I mean, it can be there, I guess.
Yeah.
And I can give you the role in our Discord of the blue check table and make it a blue color. So
fuck yeah, dude.
If you want that, I can do that for you later. That's the thing.
So dumb.
I can give you one more subject to talk about by saying something else upsetting. Oh my god.
Oh,
that's exciting. Okay, give me a sec. We're almost through. But yeah, that's a thing. The other thing, you can go on our website. The link's in the description. You can go and buy our custom dice. They're over there. You can pay $25, and I will send them to you personally. So yeah, mostly good things from everybody who said anything about it. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. They've been rolling like fire for you.
Yeah, they've been doing pretty well. I like them. Other than that, of course, you can go over to TeePublic right now. There's apparently a day and 2 hours left for this sale on our logo on anything that can be put on. Phone cases, laptop cases, all that kind of stuff. So it's there in the description as well. And last but not least, of course, you can go over to Humble Bundle with our link in the description. Anything you buy through our link will also go towards us, as well as Tabletop Alliance, link in the description as well, a charity. And yeah, you can get the Pathfinder and Starfinder bundle. That's only got a day left. So as of this moment, probably on the re-upload, it will be gone. In fact, most certainly. An introduction to BattleTech. Ooh. 17 days left on that. That seems interesting.
Yeah.
It is books, so a bunch of PDFs for you. I might actually go for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got some games, obviously, from 11-bit and Twin Sails. I don't know Twin Sails. Ticket to Ride. Nice. Game of Thrones, the board game. Okay, so it looks like, just a bunch of board games and such. Oh, neat. Oh. Yeah, Tabletop Classics. There you go. Nice. So yeah, go over there, see if you want anything. Obviously, anything you buy in the store as well also falls under this. If you use our link, you have to use our link, of course. But you don't have to, obviously, if you don't want to. So, there's also a Humble Choice membership that's going on. That's neat. For $89 for a whole full year, it looks like. That's neat. Anyway, that's all that. There's also our P.O. box. It's in the description. I won't flash the thing on the screen. If you really care, you can go in the description and find it.
If you care, whatever.
That's the thing.
I know.
Like, you don't... I don't expect anybody to do anything, so I'd you know. Yeah. Obviously, if you're at this point, you know what? I'll do it now, as I usually do it at the end. But if you're at this point and you're new, or you've been shown any part of our anything, hey, consider.
We really like money.
What?
So
consider subscribing.
If you have any of that, you can just pass it our way, and we'll say your name every video. So you know,
true.
It's a worthwhile trade.
It's not an incorrect statement. If you don't want to give us money, you can do it for free, supporting us by subscribing.
Indeed.
Do so. I don't know.
God damn it.
Anyway, do you have any space computer from all the Humble, Alejo? Oh, any space in my computer? Yeah, I do. I don't have everything.
He owns games. He doesn't have them all installed.
I don't have them. I could install a lot more. I have 4 drives that I could install things to. Okay?
Jesus Christ.
One of them's a solid state, so I wouldn't install things there because it has like very little space comparatively. But I bought more because I wanted more space, because one of them is literally backups for everything that we've done for TableTalk. Like that is the dedicated space for that. And like, yeah, but I do have space. I'm not installing everything. In fact, I uninstalled a couple of games the other day. So.
No.
Yeah.
Do you uninstall Payday?
Never.
Oh, you keep Payday. Oh, goddamn. You keep Payday all the time, huh?
Of course I do.
Wow.
I never uninstall Payday.
Because don't worry, I fucking love Payday, but holy hell, it's so fucking big.
Like I said, I got 4 drives. I'm good.
I got so unlucky because when I was building my computer, I did not realize that my motherboard only had space for 1 SATA cable.
Dude, that fucking sucks. That's so bad. Oh my god.
So if I need more memory, I gotta get a whole new motherboard.
Yeah, or just do externals. Like that's a
I can do externals, but you know.
You can get I have it as well for when I didn't have for my old computer. I have a external for the actual like internal drives. So like I have a reader.
External for the internal drive.
Like it is for the hard drives basically, but it is an external device that I can just slot the drives into and use it, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It's a thing you can get.
I did not know that.
It works the exact same way as just an external hard drive, basically. It's just that it is itself an internal hard drive that you could put into a computer if you really wanted to.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I love Payday too. Wait, you mean the game? Yeah. I also love Payday as well. That'll be nice.
It's good shit.
All right, I'm gonna wash dishes and go to bed. So night. All right, see you, August.
Yeah,
you can give us your other spicy take next time.
That's
please do. Yeah, okay. So let's move on to the second video. This one is apparently the major issue with D&D that no one talks about.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
No one has ever spoken ever. Oh, okay, that just immediately ended. That was neat.
Right, and so is this a person we have talked about before?
Yes, this is Jay Martin, aka Play Your Role. We've talked about I think a couple of videos from him.
Yeah, Play Your Role rings a bell.
Yes. Why is this not? Is it working on your end? It's not working on my end.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, it's working for you? It's not even working at all. I have to refresh.
Oh, it's playing. Here, wait.
Hold on.
Pause.
At some point, I'm...
Okay,
so
cool.
that working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's working. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, the major issue with D&D that no one talks about, this is Jay Martin, aka Play Your Role. So, I guess take it away, Jay. Rant video warning. Just joking, hopefully. Oh, well, hopefully. We'll see. I watched a couple of minutes just to get a feel, and...
Spoilers!
Yeah, well, just to make sure that this wasn't just like, sometimes I do that if I look at a title and it's like, okay, that sounds interesting, and then I look at a couple of minutes and I go, oh, okay, so this is like something we would just go, uh-huh.
Yeah.
But, yeah, let's see.
At some point, I'm going to stray away from making controversial videos, but hey, that's not today. And I do think this is something that needs to be said. A lot of people have brought up a lot of issues with D&D and my comments. One of the side effects of being a content creator that nobody tells you about is that you're going to get a lot of opinions. Most of them entirely unasked for. So that's...
Welcome to the internet.
Well, first off, as a content creator on YouTube specifically, any kind of content creator, if you have a comment section... Yeah. It's not unasked for, it's there.
Yeah,
it's a function.
That's the point.
You've entered into the agreement because
you signed the contract, my
guy. Yeah. Well,
I get your soul now.
That's right. That's true. But like legitimately, I don't understand that kind of position of like, oh, I didn't ask for these comments, and it's like, or these opinions that you have been posted, and it's like, well, so again, when you started making stuff in a public forum, with literally a comment thing that you didn't disable, then yes, you did.
Yeah, that's a good point. You could disable it.
Like, and if you did disable it, you're a coward. But
yeah, either that or you're a company that everybody fucking hates.
Yeah, and you really, oh my god, that's so funny every time. But like, legitimately, so you did. I'm sorry, but you did.
Yeah.
The issue with D&D no one talks about, other than it being a pathway to Satan. That's right. Yeah. Well, everybody knows that, and it's accepted, and everybody loves that. So don't worry about that. The comment section is like a tip jar of engagement, bruh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a good thing. Even if you don't like this is the thing. If you want to be a content creator, you also have to have like thicker skin. You have to know that that you like just need to deal with this kind of shit. Because you will get shit. It is just inevitable. And it's like, and I get like saying, fuck, but I don't want to deal with it. And it's like, yeah, no one does. But you will.
Yeah. You're going to have to.
Disabling comments on YouTube is like bunting the ball in baseball. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Everybody goes, oh.
Annoying, but it does help me see some certain things that I wouldn't have seen before. And a lot of complaints have come at me.
That's true. Rule Slayer says he did ask for comments. He did not ask for comments that disagree with him. Yes, that's right. No one likes that. Don't disagree with me. Okay, let me draw that back.
certain things that I wouldn't have seen before. And a lot of complaints have come at me about D&D from D&D players, things they don't like about the game, or issues they have with the rules or the players, etc., etc. But I started to notice this really large trend of complaining specifically about the fact that D&D doesn't allow you to do certain things, and people have asked me to make videos on this. Videos about how to scare your players, which I have done, or videos about how to make combat more interesting, make combat more deadly, how to make players feel more engaged in the roleplay. And the more that I look at it, the more that I realized there was one single solution that could fix all of D&D's problems.
Oh.
Just play a different game.
No.
So
that doesn't
okay.
fix anything. That just
You're
means
just
that you're
fucking
just
running
avoiding
away.
It. Yes. Now is it a valid option to go and play something else if you don't like the way D&D does things? Yes.
No.
Oh my god.
Yes.
But yes,
it
of
is.
course it is. Of course
Yeah.
it fucking is. Everyone knows
Christ.
that. Thank you for the first grade fucking opinion. Oh my
Yeah.
god. You did it. Wow. Baited. That's right. That's it. What the hell? Yeah. So, okay. If this was the
Yeah.
case, so what if, fuck me. Okay.
This is gonna be a good one.
Let me gather my thoughts for a second.
Yeah. Take your time.
So,
Yeah. Christ.
if you have an issue with D&D, I don't think the first option should be fuck D&D.
It's like,
Right.
I don't like this one thing. Fuck you, I'm not playing this anymore.
Right. Now, is this a response to the compiling of issues that you have seen personally? Potentially. I don't know. But if that is your perspective, then okay, then you should just play a different game, I guess. Do you do other content that isn't D&D related? I don't know. I'm gonna check because that's something that I'm now interested in. As a thing that might be something that's a little hypocritical. If you don't, potentially. Okay, so play your role, I think. Yeah, play your role. There you are. Okay, let's see. Let's look through a short list of videos here. We got Critical Role, we've got D&D, 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 D&D. I'm seeing a lot of D&D here, folks. All right. Ooh. Interesting. Good to know. I hate D&D, but I want to play D&D. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you'll attack the topic of just play a different game. Attack the topic of just play a different game angle, though. It's true. He could. He very well could. But off the bat, like, just because I want to do something different in the system doesn't mean that it's like something that I should abandon and just play something else. Because some people just want to play D&D and they want to make it the way that they want to play D&D, right? Yeah. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And looking for other people that might have, like, if I were to go and say to this person, if I was a fan and I went, I really like how you think about things, I really like how you put forth your ideas, and I want you to potentially make this solution for me because I can't think of it myself and I would like your help on it, right? Perfectly valid, and I see no issue here of saying, well, there's a problem with my games that I think that you could fix. And if you could give me your opinion to fix it, then I could try to enact that. And we've talked about it before, and if you get to the point of, like, everything you change about D&D gets to the point of it being unrecognizable, then you might as well play a different game, yes. Yeah. But that's at that point, right? That's an extreme. Otherwise, you homebrew it to a degree that you like it, right? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not time for me to play something else just because of one little thing or three little things, right? We still play D&D even though we have a lot of issues with D&D and how it is, right? Yeah. But it doesn't mean that we want to play something else necessarily because of that. Sometimes it is, absolutely, but
yeah,
you know.
Don't even get us started on the fucking economy.
That's right. Yeah, it's never been good ever.
It's never been good. It probably never will be.
No.
It sucks.
Yeah, I'm not sure what side he's taking here yet. Yeah, oh yeah, we'll figure it out, hopefully.
We don't know yet either, don't worry.
Yeah, we'll get there, we'll get there. It's only a minute in, and we're already...
Now that is really, really difficult for me to say, and I understand immediately there are a host of issues with that statement.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
It's easy enough to say, just play a different game, because you don't have to consider the time that it takes to learn a new system, the amount of time it takes to get the rest of the players to learn the new system, the money you have to put in to get the books, the materials, the time that you have to spend then setting everything up. D&D is dominant for a reason. It almost has a monopoly on the TTR.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, but it also costs a lot of money if you want to do the same exact thing towards D&D, but yeah, I get
it's almost as if picking up an adult hobby is expensive, and that's
Yeah.
the point of having an adult hobby.
It's true, it's true. If you really care enough, you'd probably make the time and the effort and all that, but,
Yeah.
you know. The perfect game is not out there, that's true. I hear that if you homebrew 5e enough, it turns into Pathfinder 2e, and if you homebrew Pathfinder 2e too much, it turns into 4e. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
RPG community as a whole for a reason. It's because it's easy to play, it's easy to pick up, and so
That's
many
true.
people know it. Dungeons and Dragons is what you think of when you talk about tabletop roleplay games. And there'll be people who will inevitably say, well, that's not what I think about, and that's awesome, but you don't represent a lot of people, you don't represent the majority, and the
True.
data is there to prove D&D has almost entirely monopolized the TTRPG space. So how can I so easily say that you should just play another system? And why am I saying that in the first place? Especially since I just talked about the fact that it's so easy to pick up D&D and everybody else already knows D&D, so why would you play something different? Well, I'll lay it out like this. Most of the complaints I see about D&D is it doesn't let you play certain types of stories, and we've all seen a lot of...
Whoa. It doesn't let you?
You get complaints like that about D&D? Like,
Wait, who says it doesn't let you play certain types of stories? Who the fuck would say that?
well, I can understand why they would say it, because it's like, well, what comes to my mind is like, well, I can't play like a fucking half robot guy like in Cyberpunk. I can't play that kind of a story. And even though you still could,
Yeah,
you still could. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
so,
I know, I
like,
get you.
So, like,
I guess it's that surface level take of like...
yeah, it's the very, very surface level, like, not knowing much about RPGs take. And I'm like, what? If they have that take, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they haven't really delved into how the system is and like what you can do with it, I guess.
Yeah. So it's not really even, that's barely a take even worth addressing. It should be,
Well,
like,
so it is worth addressing.
It's worth addressing.
Yeah.
But it's not, this isn't the way to do it.
It doesn't hold a lot of weight.
Yes, that's what
the way
yeah.
that I'd put it. Yeah.
Because yeah, this really is very simple. It's like,
Yeah.
if you want a system that's more geared toward a different kind of story than what D&D tends to be about, like the heroic fantasy type thing, yeah, then this is a perfectly normal statement.
Yeah. But you can do it in D&D. Is my yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you can absolutely, it takes effort. It takes work.
It's just
right?
harder. That's all.
That's all. And if you don't want to have to spend that effort, I can totally understand, and you should, and like, I can point you to things that could fit your tastes better in that respect, but you still should know, yes, this is possible. Big bad D&D, oh no, that's right.
So the internet,
That's another
about how much effort it takes to make D&D fit certain things. People will spend hours of time creating a sci-fi genre or a futuristic genre or a dark and gritty genre for D&D. And it would take a lot less time just to go find a system that already lets you do that. Now, as the DM, it's really easy
Again,
to
that's a bad way to put it, but yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say
It's very poorly worded.
It's true, but
yeah.
Okay.
fixated on something and being willing to put in the effort. Getting your players on board with that is a little more difficult. And honestly, I think it's this huge thing that really needs to...
Well, so... Oh, God. Okay.
Your players!
Well, so, yeah, that's the thing. If your players are already at that point where they want to, like... Well, if you want to do something else, then you talk to them about it.
Yeah.
And then if they don't want to do something else, then you figure out what you want to do, right? Like, do you want to start a different group with that other system or whatever, or that story?
Yeah,
like,
or do you want to play a game under a different person and, like, get into a... play a game.
Yeah, they. Okay, all right. I'm excited for the ad.
Or just learn the game and then run it for your friends. So that way it's like, oh man, check this shit out. It's super cool. And you can make the pitch and then you can show them.
Suggest a one shot.
Yeah.
Right? That's a way to maybe get them to be more interested. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What is that?
It's Halloween time, which means it's time for everyone to sit down and have their yearly Halloween one-shots.
Wait a second, what is this?
Prepping and planning can take a lot of time, which means you might not have the time you need to feed your players.
No, hold on, I didn't authorize.
So why not try today's sponsor, HelloFresh?
Oh.
Jay used HelloFresh to feed his players during his Halloween one-shot this year, and they loved
That's cool. That's really nice of you. Good job, dude. That's super cool.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
it.
When did you film me putting down that food?
If you don't have time for shopping and learning to cook, HelloFresh will deliver food.
What is that warble on your mic? That, like, what is that?
Warble on the mic?
Yeah, if you listen to her voice, you can hear that warbling. Like, it's slightly twisting out how the words, it goes a little bit. Like,
yeah. Here, let me listen.
Just listen real quick.
Film me putting down that food.
If you don't have time for shopping and learning to cook, HelloFresh will deliver food right to your door. HelloFresh recipes.
Oh, it's a laptop mic. That's what that is. Yeah.
I crossed my fingers because of Satan.
Sorry.
That's why. That kind of cross, not the lying kind.
That's right.
The Catholic one.
All right. I'm just, it's an ad. I just gotta look at something in this. It's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. All right. Nothing wrong with it. It's just, it's noticeable. This is all it is.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
Recipes include ripe, just pick.
Well, there is something wrong with it. It is a jarringly different quality, so it takes me out of your ad a lot. But
it didn't get me at first because I'm playing Deep Rock.
That's fair. You weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
Why are they standing in lettuce? They're just picked. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Go ahead and fire me from my job. You can't unfoot the lettuce. I love that fucking meme so much, dude.
I don't recall HelloFresh having a charcuterie board option. Progress. Yeah, right? Charcuterie.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Cool ad and all, but kind of came out of nowhere. That's ads, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. He put in a thing, because he's trying to make it, because he's like, oh, I don't know. It's like, we all know.
Trying to be a funny, which is fine. Because, nobody wants to see ads. They're annoying.
Subjectively, I don't like it because it's not funny to me, but it's there, and there's nothing wrong with it. I get, get your make
your money.
Yeah, get your bag, or whatever the fuck you say now, right? Like, get that bag? Is that a thing? Right?
Yeah. I don't fucking know.
I'm an old man.
Yep.
Vague thumbnail not saying what it's about, rambling for 3 minutes, ad. Yeah. Oh, no, that was only like 2.5 minutes, and now we're in ad. This is only an 8-minute and 45-second video, so we're eating the time, It's great.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
HelloFresh gave us time.
It's the thing. If you have an ad in the middle, it's fine. If you have a not entertaining ad, though, like every time Internet Historian has an ad, I always watch
funny
it
as fuck.
because it's entertaining. Yeah, it's funny. But like, they can't all be the astronaut. That's true.
Yeah, they can't
That's
all.
True.
Yeah, they can't all be.
That one's good too. I like Ryan George.
Yeah.
If he didn't authorize it, he doesn't need the ad money. Then that's right.
Yeah, it's true.
Death taxes, ads, the things you can't get away from. That's right. Yeah.
Produce that travels from the farm to your door in less than a week, and it works with your schedule.
What's going on? Who are you? What's happening?
Plans are flexible, and you can change your meal preferences at any time with just a few taps from the HelloFresh app. Not to mention, they send quick, easy, step-by-step guides with every meal so you can follow along and have food made in no time at all. Make sure your players don't get cranky by
You can't
tells you how to
a
fucking
recipe.
boil water, you absolute buffoon.
You can't go out of your way and get ingredients correctly. No.
Oh no, it's the instructions.
No, I know. We're gonna need an ad blocker on our coffins. That's true. We are.
God damn it, that's a good one. Shit.
feeding them during the big game. and go to HelloFresh.com and use code PlayYourRole65 for 65% off plus free shipping.
Wow. Say something about a vacuum?
No, he said that's
What
not
the
a bad deal. What the fuck?
The fuck? Sorry, I didn't read that because there was an ad on my screen.
He forgot to write a transition.
Oh.
And then he said, "Oh,
so
that's not
have
a bad
the-
deal, though."
So have this. Okay, so we just have it.
And it's a fucking
Man,
weird.
what a quirky video, huh?
Yeah,
It's not like other videos.
Ugh. Uh-huh. Okay.
Wow, really?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Wow. Okay. I was gonna say, holy shit, that was like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. We're at the point of talking about it again, and we're almost at 4 minutes. Okay, interesting.
Oh God.
What an interesting choice.
Yeah.
What an interesting choice.
3D breakdancing cat
Huh.
for 10 full seconds.
So maybe just get me back into the video. I don't care about a transition. Just
No.
You-
The transition needs to be there. You know when you fucking make something in like
Yeah.
Windows Movie Maker, and you're like, oh my
taking me
God, look
back.
at all these different fucking wipes and transitions I can use, and then you use all of them.
Miss Op for not fighting for that extra 4% discount. Oh, that's right. That's right. Miss OP for that. Yeah.
It's like
Need that
Lord
69%.
Lord Jukas doing the side wipes on Star Wars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The fuck was that cat meme? Dude, I don't know.
That's not a meme.
It's not. It's literally, that's just like a free plugin that you could probably get. Watching longer equals more engagement feeds the algorithm. That's true. That's true, but man,
God, I hate that.
I know that's true, and like we'll never be successful because of it. But man, I'd click off right way before this, but like I'd click off.
Yikes.
God damn it. He really needs that video length to monetize the video. Can't blame him though. No, it needs to be 10 minutes at least to do like an ad proper, I think.
I think so, yeah, like a mid-roll ad.
Yeah, and like I think Watch Together doesn't do ads like traditional ads from YouTube, so
which is nice.
But yeah, and I'm fine with him putting in that little ad because it's a shorter video. That's why he put that in there, because he doesn't have the ability to put in like regular ads, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, that's some inside baseball right there. Let's keep going.
Easier for you to adapt D&D to a new type of system rather than make your players learn a new system, because they already know D&D. They already have the buy-in. You, on the other hand, want to put in the effort. However, I do ultimately think that you're sort of shooting yourself in the foot. Take, for example, Monster of the Week. Monster of the Week is a very niche type of storytelling. It's about your ghost hunters, your ragtag group of ragamuffins, almost a Scooby-Doo gang, going out and fighting a monster of the week. And so, yeah, why would a lot of people want to play that? It's pretty niche, right? Except it's almost not. A lot of people have discussed wanting to make monsters more scary, more terrifying. How do you remove the player's ability to constantly kill it and actually make them feel fear? Well, honestly, if you played Monster of the Week, it would be a lot easier because the game's designed for that. It has systems in place that allow it to not just immediately get one shot. It literally has systems.
Well, so
okay,
yeah, but just
so does D&D.
Balance your monsters better, my dude.
Yeah. Yeah, balance them better, introduce them better.
Yeah.
Describe them better.
Yeah.
There are fucking legendary reactions and shit like that.
If you want to set the scene in such a way that it's going to invoke that kind of feeling, then you got to work on that. Like, there's like, and I get, sure, the system itself could help you with that in especially for like Call of Cthulhu, or I don't know about Monster of the Week personally, because I'm hoping to play a game of it at some point, but that seems to have just died, unfortunately. I have a character made and everything. I'm ready for it. Monster of the Week is cool. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I hear
Monster
that
of the Week
time,
seems really cool. I like the idea of it, and I like the like simplicity of it to get it to what it is, and it seems like a very cool thing to do, like one shots with. Really, honestly, it feels. It's an Evil Hat game, in fact. So like.
From the makers of Thirsty Sword Lesbians?
Yes.
Oh my god.
So Yeah, so
That's story to game developer.
but yeah, so it seems neat, but like again, if you want to do all this in D&D, it just means you got to put in the effort. And like he said that,
Yeah,
but I don't
Like-
know. It seems pushed aside because why not just do this other thing that might not even do the same feel of what you want with what you're trying to put forth? Because Monster of the Week is very simple with how that combat seems to be. So I don't know.
yeah.
Does Monster of the Week have copper dragons? They're my favorite. I'm sure
They are super good, dude.
I'm sure you could contrive a reason as to there being copper dragons. I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Trying more systems is a good thing for perspective. Matt Colville's recent vid is about how rules foster a certain kind of play. Yeah, oh no, absolutely. I think that people should absolutely go and try other things. But if they don't want to, there's no problem with that, right?
Yeah.
If they want to keep everything in D&D, like in the the D20 system, there's absolutely means to do that, and you just need to put in the effort, and that's it, right? And if you have issues with how the system works, you just do some homebrew. And like these things are all in place, that we all just kind of do, and we all kind of understand how that is. So there shouldn't be an issue, I guess, overall with us trying to fix it, quote unquote, fix D&D in a way, to get it to be more the way that we want to play it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's an issue there.
Yeah.
But again, advocating for just play something else is weird.
I mean, it's a good advocating for people to play more than just D&D is good, but this isn't the reason why you should be doing this.
Yeah, he's not advocating that you should broaden your horizons. He's just saying that you should just play something else if you have a problem with D&D.
Yeah.
Which is different enough for me to go, well, so not
because it's not a good way to think about it. Because like, oh, you have a problem? Abandon this whole thing and try something else.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to learn how you can maybe improve it and make it the way you want it to be.
Yeah.
Now,
and again, he has said that, but again, it seems brushed aside. It's very weird.
And I mean, hell, what I was just about to say, like, I actually broke my own point in my head. I was gonna say something like, it's okay because, like, D&D doesn't have spaceships, but then it fucking does.
Spelljammer exists.
Spelljammer, yes. Yep. So I'm like, well, shit. They do have spaceships. They do have laser guns. They do have, like, sci-fi shit, because that's usually the disconnect.
Yeah.
The two disconnects, the big ones, are usually horror and sci-fi, for obvious reasons, because D&D is not very scary by itself, and it doesn't typically evoke sci-fi, typically. So,
but then you go Curse of Strahd exists, which
Curse of Strahd exists, fucking Spelljammer exists, you can just instantly homebrew a fucking laser gun.
Yep. Hell, the DMG literally has stats for a laser gun if you really want. Like,
yeah, so, man.
Yeah. He has a decent point to make, but he's approaching it the wrong way. Yes, exactly.
Yes. See, now, there is actually a reason as to why this can work, and he's going about it the wrong way, because the thing that I would say is a big problem with D&D would be, well, okay, I wouldn't even say a big problem. It would be, let's see, how do I even want to say this? Because I'm like, a reason why I would want to try a different game other than D&D is not because I dislike what D&D can and can't do, quote unquote. It's more along the lines of the way the system in the game itself is designed. And I'm leaning more towards a skill-based game rather than a class-based game.
Same, absolutely.
Yes, that is the discussion that's worth having, because those are actual, like, D&D is not class-based. I mean, skill-based, definitively.
Yeah, not anymore.
So
it used to be a hybrid. It used to be.
Yeah.
In AD&D days, you had the percentage system that you could do that kind of stuff with, but yeah.
Yeah, but there are other games where it doesn't really matter about your class. What matters is your background and maybe your race, and then just the skills that you pick.
Yes.
And those are the systems that's the time where it's like, okay, so if you want something that's more like that, then you actually should change from D&D, because D&D cannot fulfill that anymore.
Yes, exactly. If that is your issue, then I can say that 100%, absolutely. But
yeah,
this is
not
like,
this.
Oh, it doesn't do horror well, and it's like, well, no, that's not necessarily true. It just is something that you need to do differently.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, in the fucking I think it was DMG, I think, is the gritty realism rule. If you want to do a horror game, bam.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things in the DMG that will help you with these kinds of things. Like, literally, I read the sanity and the what is it?
All there.
That's
another reason why D&D is such a dominant RPG, because it can do so much.
Yes, it very much can.
Yeah. I would say its biggest weakness, really, is just the fact that pretty much all the classes are based on, fantasy/medieval fantasy type things. Like a guy with a bow who tames animals, or a fighter with a sword, or a magic user. You know what I mean?
And, like, if you look at it from just a surface level, that's all you see. And, like, extrapolating it to being, oh, no, it's not just that. It's just a guy with a gun, right? And he's got mecha dog and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, you can do that once you understand how the classes are and, like, what it essentially is broken down to. And then you can just slap on whatever skin you want, basically.
Yeah.
And you're good. Didn't the Spelljammer book got flack for not having spaceship stats and combat? Did it? I haven't looked into it at all.
That's some bullshit.
If that's the case, that's weird as fuck.
Yeah, that's dumb as hell.
D&D would be a good system for a Castlevania campaign. I agree.
Ooh.
I agree, 100%. Absolutely.
Oh my god, yeah. Fuck, that'd be super good.
True Castlevania would do well in D&D. Yeah, dude. I've been playing the advanced games that were in that dude, those were my games.
Like the Game Boy Advance games?
Yes. Those
Circle
and the DS games. Yes. Those in the DS.
Circle the Moon, dude.
Those in the DS games were my jam when I was small, because I sailed the high seas as a child.
Now come on, Alejo. We both know that you're still small.
I've always been small. That's true. I'm very short. I'm basically microscopic.
Where are you right now? I don't even know. What am I talking to? A fucking microbe?
Don't worry. Yeah. I just have a big microphone on my chair.
A microphone that works at the quantum level.
Yeah. Anyway, dude, I've been having a great time going back to that, and like Aria of Sorrow is great still.
Yes,
fucking
dude, the music and fucking Circle the Moon is so good.
They all like, even when they redo the themes in the little like limitations that they have, they still sound so good.
Vampire Killer.
Oh my god, fucking Clock Tower is also really good. Like whatever that one is. Oh my god, like
did you get like any of the like super duper magic shit in Circle of the Moon? Because you can get like tarot cards that let you do like massive fucking summons.
Yeah, I'm not too far into it. But I remember getting that kind of stuff, and I've gotten a few of them already. Yeah.
If you have trouble with Dracula, use Thunderbird. It fucks him up.
Okay, cool. Yeah. The other thing is, what's nice about these ports is, for the important stuff, it has a little quality of life thing sidebar that shows you if you've gotten the important stuff or not.
Oh,
yeah. It and I think there's a rewind feature in it, but I did it one time and then I have no idea how I did it because I'm using a controller and I have no idea.
Fuck. That reminds me, I still need to play the old Prince of Persia games that went on sale on Steam.
Oh, I haven't played any of those, but I've heard good things.
Yeah. As a kid, I was always super bad because you have limited rewinds, but I would rewind to where I was still about to die.
Oh no, yeah.
So I'm like, oh shit, I'm falling into the spikes. Quick, rewind. And then I rewind and stop when I'm still in fucking midair on the way down.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, if anybody's interested in Castlevania, like fucking good Castlevania advanced games, that they're all
Lords
really.
Of Shadow.
Oh my god. I own the first. I have the deluxe edition of Lords of Shadow, the first one, for my PS3 because I was a dumbass who didn't do any research beforehand and went, I like Castlevania.
Yeah.
And then I bought it.
I like the Darkula.
Yeah, I like Darkman. And man, every time I try to play that game, I get to a certain point and I just stop because I'm like, man, I'm bored. Oh god.
But it had like Shadow of the Colossus style stuff in it.
Dude,
you could,
it
climb
did,
on
but
dudes.
man, it was boring. God, it was boring.
If you want good Shadow of the Colossus style shit, you want to play well, it's either you play Shadow of the Colossus or you play the Dragon's Dogma.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have.
That's
I
a
want to
good
play
game.
that. I want to play that for Digital Distractions at some point because
It's very fun.
I've never played
you
it.
can co-op it. I think.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
If we can
Because
do
you
that.
get a basically you can recruit people to help you, and they're called pawns.
Oh.
And when you start out, you make your character and your main pawn. So like.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and so the main pawn can a player can join and be your main pawn.
Oh. Neat.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. It has stats, but there's a whole genre of Spelljammer rant videos because it doesn't really support campaigns in space. Really? Interesting.
Why would they make that then?
I have no idea. I remember people going, yeah, old Spelljammer was great. And then when it came out, I didn't hear anything about it. To be fair, I didn't look for it because I don't care about Spelljammer because it's just...
It's just another thing that we're never going to get around to.
It's another thing, and I don't know, D&D, you know? It's one of those... I like looking at other things a lot. And having the conversation just about things that D&D does that can apply to everything, right? Mm-hmm. And stuff that's D&D specific, I guess, too, but less so, like, specific settings, because it's like, well, then I need the setting to really compare and such, and
Well, I think at this point, we're probably just avoiding watching the video, so let's continue.
Well, I got a couple more things to say, and then...
okay.
I'm assuming Spelljammer is meant to be more like Star Trek, the original series, I assume, with magic, where the main focus is more on going down to the planet than doing stuff in space. Oh, really?
Oh.
I guess.
So what, the whole game is supposed to be like fucking away missions? That's lame.
I mean, just play fucking Starfinder.
Either play Starfinder or play Traveler.
Like,
come on.
Yeah. Like, legit, like, that's fine, I guess. I don't know. At that point, I'm like, if it doesn't have anything for space itself, then yeah, Starfinder's way better. Because it has... Literally, I looked at the thing of like creating a ship, and I'm like, yeah. Anyway,
the ship creation's always fucking good.
Yeah. Dragon's Dogma. Yes. Yeah. I was gonna say Dragon's Dogma feels to me like Shadow of the Colossus crossed with Monster Hunter. Oh, okay.
Yes, that's a very good comparison, actually.
Cool. All right, let's keep going.
In place and suggestions for the DM on how to make it an ever omnipresent threat without interacting with the players until it's time for a confrontation. And yet, it's still incredibly open-ended and it lets the players do almost anything they want. The magic system in Monsters of the Week is almost non-existent. You could basically just say, I want to do this with magic, and you just try and see if you can do it. Most people would look at that.
Yeah, it's true. From what I read, Monsters of the Week is basically tell me how you want to do something, and we will roll to see if you can do it. Which is fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
I don't know. That one always starts to rub me the wrong way.
It's fair.
Because it starts, for me personally, that starts going into Fate territory, and I really don't like Fate.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm more inclined for Fate because of looking into it more and understanding it more now. But with this, I think it's more within reason, just to, everything is within reason, obviously. And it reminds me, I guess, more so of, because it's like, if I actually pull up my character really quick, I can give you an example here.
His name is Michael Fate.
No.
And he said, it's fate in time.
It's fate in time.
Damn it.
That's right. Monster of the Week. Here we go. Yeah. Billy. Good old Billy.
Billy Batson?
No. He just goes by Billy. He has a full name, but he doesn't like to tell you. He's a ghost.
Oh.
Yeah. Because one of the things is the monstrous, where you can be a monster kind of person. Very interesting.
Those are monsters.
Well, you know, they're not exactly human.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah. So the thing is, for like magic and stuff, for attacks at least, my thing is like a magical force, where I have a close magical kind of attack, right? Yeah. And the way that you do spells, at least as far as I remember here, is you try to roll with your, like, you try to get a rating, or sorry, you try to beat a set, level DC. I don't think that's what it's called, but it just for the sake of familiarity, you try to roll a DC using your weird. Yeah, using your weird.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your stat for using magic.
Interesting. I guess that kind of reminds me of West of Loathing, where you got like muscle, mysticality, and moxie.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I think it's mostly just in the moment if you have the ability to do magical stuff, because there are other classes that are specifically magical, like the Spellslinger right here, who has actual combat magic that you can use, like it's specific. And some it doesn't seem like there's too much in the way of like trying to cast just a random spell. I think that he's giving it a little too much vagueness, I think. Though I could be wrong in that, because again, I haven't played it myself and I've read it only once. So I'm not entirely familiar.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's fine. It's not that bad.
And call that insane, but because the game is made for it, it works out. And that's the main thing I've noticed. I will describe different types of systems to players, to people, to different people on the internet, and most of the time they will then present an issue with it. For example, I just presented Monster of the Week and its magic system, and somebody may say, well, that's ridiculous. Why would I ever let my players have that much control over what their spells do? They're gonna break the game. Well,
okay, so there you go. Yeah, there's the issue that you might have. Which is like, it's at that point, I would say, just in as opposition of just like, well, you just have to temper it. That's all.
Yeah, you are the guy. You're the guy.
Yeah.
You just say no.
Yeah.
Can I do that? No, that's too much. Dial it back.
Like that's where I like, that's how I think Fate is as well, because it's just it seems a lot more vague, but once you actually kind of go into the nitty gritty of it, you can kind of get like, oh, okay, so it's not too vague. It's vague enough for you to go, okay, well, within
it's vague enough to have wiggle room.
Yes, exactly, which is fine.
Yeah.
What you've just told me is that Monster of the Week is not the game for you. You want a more war game-like story. In which case, go play Pathfinder or even 40K. But there are games out there.
Pathfinder's not a fucking war game. Does it even?
What?
Pathfinder is nothing like a fucking war game.
Like, it's the same as D&D. Like, why would you just play D&D then? I don't. What?
What the hell?
What? Also, Warhammer, depending, like, you have
Warhammer 40K and fantasy role-playing games. Come on.
Yeah. Huh?
By the way, here. Okay.
He means combat game, I think. Okay. That would, then he didn't say that, and he should have.
Yeah, he said war game. Two very different things.
Very different things.
And so that, unfortunately, that negates my point, but I want to say it anyway.
Yeah, sure.
He was talking earlier about how it's like, oh man, it's hard to get your players to try other systems because, there's a monetary investment and shit and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
You do not recommend a war game if people are concerned about a monetary investment.
No, I can tell you for a fact that my plastic crack has me down in the hole a couple of times. It is expensive.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, because when he literally says war games, and he brings
said
up
war game.
Warhammer, like that we are not the same Warhammer and Pathfinder. No.
Yeah, no.
No. So it's very, I assume he means combat games, but man, that's not no.
Yeah, the only similarity that Warhammer and Pathfinder have is that Pathfinder might involve minis.
Yeah.
That's it.
It doesn't have to, but it might.
Yeah, it might. That's why I have to preface it.
The meme thing to say there was, if you want a war game, play Risk. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where I want to get what he said specifically, actually, before.
What their spells do, they're gonna break the game. Well, what you've just told me is that Monster of the Week is not the game for you. You want a more war game-like story. In which case, go play Pathfinder.
Okay.
Or even
A war game-like story.
Yeah, so I have to assume that he means combat focused because that doesn't.
But combat focused does not imply
no.
like rules set in stone spells.
Yeah, that's he's trying to go for more structured.
Yes, that's what he means.
But he's not saying that.
Nope.
He's just saying war game.
Like we know what he means, but bad choice of bad wording.
Like,
bad wording.
Are war games structured? Yes, but
they can be.
Well, yeah, you can play.
Sometimes you have a villain come along and
that's
murder
right. You can play
forklift.
open. You can play an open game where you don't use strict fucking shit.
Yeah.
Like a narrative game also exists in those where things keep continuously go, and it's very cool. But like, I don't know. It's the comparison with Pathfinder and Warhammer together that it just fucking breaks that shit.
Yeah, that just broke your brain a bit.
I just can't. Wow. I've never thought of those two in the same room. You know?
Yeah.
Like just those are wildly different. Oh yeah. Okay. If you don't like D&D, I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. Yeah, fair. If you don't like D&D, you should consider Monster of the Week. But if Monster of the Week isn't structured enough for you, you should play D&D. Basically. Except also 40k? I don't know, man.
But there are games out there for your type of play style, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here. I found that most groups do eventually find their own play style. They find what it is that they really want to play, and then they try and make D&D adapt to that. And I think D&D is an amazing springboard. It was meant to be simple. It was meant to be picked up. It was meant to introduce people to the TTRPG genre, and then people got annoyed that it was doing that so well that that's the only thing people played, because it was so easy to learn. But I really think...
What? No. What? I'm not annoyed that people play it because it's so easy to learn and simple. What? Sorry, say that again?
Try that again?
Oh, yeah, say that again. What the fuck are you... What?
Okay, but there are games out there for your type of play style, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here. I found that most groups do eventually find their own play style. They find what it is that they really want to play, and then they try and make D&D adapt to that. And I think D&D is an amazing springboard. It was meant to be simple. It was meant to be picked up. It was meant to introduce people to the TTRPG genre, and then people got annoyed that it was doing that so well that that's the only thing people played, because it was so easy to learn. But
because it's so easy to learn
that it wound up making it so that other systems are not obsolete, I guess,
or not
which is
as noticed.
Patently false, but you know.
So I guess it is in the zeitgeist way more because it's so popular.
Yeah.
I think it's more so that people just want more out of it than just what's there.
And they just want more variety.
And so what they do, as you've just stated, is they adapt the game to do what they want it to do.
Yeah.
And it's like...
But then they get mad at it for
being
able to do that.
That I don't... Because, like... I gotta listen to it one more time. Sorry.
You're fine.
System, and somebody may say, well, that's ridiculous. Why would I ever let my players have that much control over what their spells do? They're gonna break the game. Well, what you've just told me is that Monster of the Week is not the game for you. You want a more war game-like story. In which case, go play Pathfinder, or even 40k. But there are games out there for your type of play style, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here. I found that most groups do eventually find their own play style.
Right.
They find what it is that they really want to play, and then they try and make D&D adapt to that. And I think D&D is an amazing spring.
So just tell me whether you think that it's good or not that they try to make it adapt to it, because it seems like you don't think that they need to do that. In which case I say, well, why not? Yeah. Because, and I assume your response would be because other systems exist that could do that. And then I say, but is it a problem that D&D could also do that if you do the work into it? And then you would say, well, you don't have to do the work. The other systems exist. In which case I would then say, well, D&D also exists and you have it there. And you can
But we don't want that.
It's
a cyclical argument.
Right, exactly. Like, there's no reason for me not to, like, if I like D&D that much and I want it to be a sci-fi, and I want to put in the time and effort to make it a sci-fi story, and have everything be more sci-fi flavored, then I will do that. And yes, Starfinder exists. Yeah. Fucking Spelljammer
the war
exists.
Game, the popular war game.
Right, this popular war game Starfinder exists. And, like, it already has all that for me, absolutely. But what if I don't want that?
Yeah, what if I want to play not a war game? I want to play a peace game.
What if I just want? What if I just want to play D&D but in space? And this, regardless of if Spelljammer is a thing or not, like it doesn't matter. I just have the PHP. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Well, then I can do that. And like,
but then,
it'll take time. I just don't understand.
But it'll annoy people that you can do that, because then it means that Starfinder is not a successful war game.
Yeah, I know. It's not.
It's not. That's a trick question.
Yeah.
Or a trick statement, I guess.
What I got from that was D&D was too easy to do what people wanted to do as they got better. Am I correct?
I guess so.
I don't think so. I don't know. To be fair, I'm very confused because now he's going to talk about how it's a springboard, and then people got annoyed that it was so easy to play and that it would only be that springboard, I suppose. But it's not. Yeah. It is still a system that has depth, but not as much as other systems. It requires you to do a lot more to make it into what you want it to be, I guess, as much depth as you want it to be, which is not necessarily a problem. It's just not preferred by everyone, I suppose. So, because like we've said that it's too simplistic for us, and so we look back to older editions that aren't as simplistic, and we use those. I'm still just trying to wrap my head around why this is a problem. The fact that people just have an issue that they want somebody to help them with, and then they create a homebrew thing, and homebrews are still a thing. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, is homebrewing, is taking the time to create something that you really like for the system that you really like. Sorry. Is taking the time to make something for the system that you really like, to make it into something that you like even more, just a problem? Is that where we're at?
Maybe. That was a weird. Okay, so that was a very. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
That was a very interesting bug. What's funny is I'm doing a drill dozer mission.
Yeah.
And we got a meteor, but it was a small meteor, like a meteorite fragment.
Oh, cool.
And I used my pointer to look at it.
Yeah.
And the name, it wasn't like meteor fragment. It was small meteor in parentheses change me.
And then when they didn't put the text in.
Yeah, but then when somebody else looked at it, it wasn't there. It just said hot rock.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a cycling weirdness.
Huh. Indeed. So, like, small meteor change me. SMOL meteor, parentheses, change me.
I appreciate that they use small. I like small.
Yeah, me too. And then fucking they couldn't see it, so I was the only one that could see that bug. That's
Weird.
really interesting.
Huh.
Anyway, go on. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
That was noteworthy.
Yeah.
It was meant to be simple. It was meant to be picked up. It was meant to introduce people to the TTRPG genre. And then people got annoyed that it was doing that so well that that's the only thing people played because it was so easy to learn. But I really...
Okay.
So, So then, here's my question here.
Yeah.
What does this have to do with a major issue with D&D? What is the major issue?
The major issue is that people want something that... I assume that the major issue is that people want something that isn't D&D, and that D&D doesn't accommodate for that.
Even though it's been explained that it
definitely
does.
can, and he's said that you can put in the work to make it do so. So
is the title a fucking lie?
I don't know.
God,
It's
I hate
vague
it
as
when
hell.
I hate it when we have videos like that.
So, and again, he's now saying that people got annoyed that it is a springboard to play a TTRPG, namely D&D 5e.
That was so good that it
so
kind of
good
pushed out everything else.
That it overshadowed other systems, right? Which I then cite, D&D has always been that way in the sense of being bigger than every other system.
Yeah.
So the only difference here is that it brought it into the mainstream.
This is like saying someone's mad at Super Mario because it pulls away from Metroid.
Right, exactly. That's exactly my point. It's just so now that D&D is so popular, people are getting more annoyed that it is apparently people are getting more annoyed that it is springboarding people into playing the system without giving room for other systems. In which I go, that's the business, baby.
Yeah.
Like, and I agree.
That's how you make money.
I agree that people should broaden their horizons. I really do, but you are just going about this in such a confusing way.
Yeah.
The major problem with D&D is that it's too adaptable? Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, so it is, but it's a lot of work. And you could just play something else, so just do that.
Yeah.
To me, I see no issue, sorry. Yeah, I don't either.
Same. Like, this is a non-issue.
Somebody correct me if I'm taking this entirely wrong, please, in the comments or in the chat. Just please,
August, come back. Argue with us, please.
Right? Yeah. I don't understand because I'm trying to find the issue, but it seems like it's again circular, like you said before. It's just it's nothing. Yeah. It's nothing that we need to worry about. There is no issue with the fact that we want D&D to be more than it is.
Yeah.
Because we can make it more than it is very easily.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. That, to me, that's both amazing and a good thing. If you want D&D to be more than it is, one, that is healthy. It is healthy to want more out of a product that you spend money on.
Yes.
That is okay.
Yes.
And two, if you want more out of D&D and you are able to get more out of D&D, well done. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, 100%.
If you are able to run a successful and compelling horror game or space game or whatever kind of game using just D&D, fucking kudos. Absolutely. That's amazing.
And like other supplements exist that people have just made to do that.
Yeah.
You know? So like I don't
Yeah,
do those
I
not
see
exist in your world here that we're talking about? I don't.
In mine, there's none.
Right, of course.
Now, there are certainly issues with D&D, but it's not this.
Yeah. I'd argue with you if I could, but I don't see a way to defend what he's saying. It's okay, Lux. Don't worry about it. Same here.
Oh, he's still here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lux is here.
I thought he left.
Yeah. No, August left.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. 2 more.
Well, 3 more technically. Well, almost 3. Anyway.
I think it's a springboard. So many people talk about not wanting Wizards of the Coast to have a monopoly over the TTRPG space, and the way you do that is go play different games. And I'm not telling you to just go get a bunch of different games, spend all your money, spend all that time. No, use D&D. D&D is an awesome springboard. Bring everybody together, teach them Dungeons and Dragons, teach them how TTRPG works, how role-playing works, learn the game that way, and then find what your group likes, and go find a TTRPG that matches that. I honestly think this is
okay. That I don't disagree with that at all. Absolutely, yeah. If you want to use D&D as your gateway drug, do it.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that.
Sure, but then why not just save a step and just be like, hey, I
other
know
thing.
we all like horror, so let's play this horror game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to devote
If
the
they're
time,
already down to play an RPG,
yeah,
they're in the door already if they are
yeah.
like receptive to it.
Just yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So perpetuate the sale of D&D, but also go and get something else that you might like more. It's like,
yeah, that way
okay.
D&D doesn't have a monopoly that you support it.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Because we know you don't like the monopoly, but redo it anyway, and then be like, hey,
yeah.
now let's do this. I know that.
I like looks just. I mean, you can just learn what. Do that thing Boo just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just go and buy the other thing. Like,
yeah.
It just means
There's nothing wrong with playing D&D, but if that's the issue, why are you doing this?
And to be fair, like, all of the systems, they seem complicated at first, even D&D. But once you actually, like, fucking... Vampire seems complicated from the beginning, but, like, it's just, like, 4 to 5, or really, it can be up to, like, I don't know, 10 D8s. And that's all you really need. And just the character sheet, and know that the skills combine with attributes. And that's really it. That's all you need. And sure, you got the powers and stuff from the vampire and all that, like the clans and such, but like it's not that hard to introduce bit by bit and get people to learn the system itself beforehand. And you don't have to go through D&D to do that. You really don't.
Yeah.
Again, I like D&D, sure.
Same.
And like using it.
That's why we're playing a campaign of D&D right now.
Like, I would absolutely, if somebody's never played an RPG before, ever, I would go, yeah, let's do 5e. It's super easy to fucking pick up. And then we can, like, absolutely we do this. But, like, if we want to talk about monopolies, if that's the issue, then don't buy D&D, I guess.
Yeah, like,
don't
if that's
do it
the
at
issue
all.
that you have,
just go and get the other thing.
Yeah.
And just take the time to learn that and get your friends to learn that. It's just because and if they've never played D&D before, they won't know how fucking simple D&D is then, and they don't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah, and they also won't know how comparatively, possibly complicated the other game is.
Yeah, so like,
want to play.
It's no issue if you just skip the D&D step. What are we doing?
I don't know, man. What the
Oh
fuck?
my god, that needed a moment to just break down.
Yeah, no, that needed to cook. That needed
what
to
the
simmer
hell
for a
is
bit.
that? Okay.
I don't know. Like, fucking...
That's amazing. Wow.
Be sure, actually, like, before you learn to drive a car, be sure you learn to drive a four-wheeler. And then be sure you buy a four-wheeler before you buy a car, so you can learn how to drive the car.
To learn.
You know? Like, why?
Oh,
just buy the car.
It's funny. I just want to have fun. I don't care what companies do. Yeah, that's fair enough.
I don't wish to be horny anymore. I only wish to be happy.
Oh my god.
So anyway.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Way of learning what you like. And as I've been playing Monster of the Week with a different group, shoot, I can't imagine playing anything else with them. I think it's perfect for us. The drama that it creates, the mystery, the suspense, I think it's awesome.
She's mine. Tiff is. She's mine.
Oh.
I didn't want to tell her because who wants a drunk, unemployed dad, but...
Oh god, this is gonna suck so bad in a second. I want it known that I wrote it down before I said this. It says it right there. Leaves note for Percy.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
It's literally a quick little...
Holy fuck, this is such a long highlight.
Yeah.
It's very cool that you found a group that really likes Monster of the Week, and I'm glad that you did. But man, this is a long highlight for your very short video.
Well, it could be, hey, it could be worse. It could be a dancing 3D cat.
It could be a dancing 3D cat, you're right.
Note that says, yeah, I know you're not my dad, but I kind of wish you were because my dad's a piece of shit. And, you know, that's
very cool.
That's why
That's super cool that happened in your game. That's very cool that happened. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate that this is cool and all that.
I don't even know. I'm not even following it.
So basically, what's happened is that his character has admitted that the other character is his daughter. I believe that's what's happening, and
okay.
and she left. She left a note saying, "I wish you were my dad," and that just kind of that synchronicity happened.
That just kind of worked out.
Yeah, and it's very, very cool. As like an in-game cool roleplay thing that just happened naturally. That's very neat.
But this doesn't have anything to do with the difference. Like,
yeah, I get what he's doing here. He's showing off how like this really gelled with his group because of this one example where this happened, but also like.
This could have happened in D&D as well.
Yeah.
This could have happened in any RPG.
And like, I guess it's less about it just being. I mean, it is the example, but it's also one anecdotal and two, it's something to go. Hey, there's a VOD to this. Go watch my things about this campaign, which is fine, absolutely fine. Always be.
By the way, you guys should watch Devils and Dice.
That's true. Always be plugging. Absolutely do it. I don't care, but like, it's going on a bit long, and you could have just told me the story. It would have been better to me, at least, to just have you tell me what happened, because then it's like you can just recount it a bit. I don't know. It's just you brought me out of your video to another video, and like I get
it's super fucking jarring too.
Yeah, the format is off. Like you have this as, and then you made it a short apparently, though. Like I don't know. I'm old and I hate the shorts because they're fucking 4x3. It's trying to be TikTok, and I don't care. That's not. It's fine, I guess, if you care and you like that. But man, I just like to watch my YouTube videos. Yeah, I don't know. The platform can support it, I suppose, but YouTube has literally pushed it to the point of it being so necessary to like engage with shorts to grow, and it sucks. And I just want to make the content that I want to make, and I don't care about shorts.
Yeah, no, just make the content you want to make.
Yeah. And it sucks that it like fucking penalizes us because we don't do this shit. I don't know. It's just annoying.
We still, man, even without that, we have like 4 people giving us money. That matters.
Yeah, that's true. That's 10, but yeah.
That's 4.
Yeah, that's basically 4. You're right.
Wait, it's 10 people?
Yeah, we have 10 patrons.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Every time you don't count when I read their names? Idiot.
No.
God.
I count the money.
Ah, yes, that's right. Okay. Or you could start them on Fate, I guess. It's apparently fairly simple. Maybe not as simple as people act like it is, but simple enough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A highlight to end the video. Okay, then. Well, this isn't even the end. We still have a minute and a half. I don't know how long this lasts.
Yeah, why?
True, Devils and Dice is awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Really fun.
I try.
Yeah.
Kinda.
I don't like the shorts.
I fucking tear my goddamn throat up for the first like month.
That's right.
Of sessions.
I don't like that the shorts auto repeat until you back out of them. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, it's fucking ugh. Anyway,
I tell you that the wizards are after me and I need help.
Holy shit!
No.
Bro, you could have cut this off a while ago or something. I don't know, man. Yeah.
And I really do think that every group probably has a specific rule system out there that works for them. And D&D is a great way of finding it. But if you don't want D&D to monopolize everything, and you don't want everybody to constantly adapt D&D to everything, it makes a much less intimidating investment if you play D&D just to figure out what it is you want and go do something else. And if D&D is what you want, if a fantasy story is what you want, perfect. You don't have to go anywhere. But this way, it allows everybody to come together and then go find the specific things they want.
I'm pretty sure you can just figure that shit out by saying, hey, you guys want to play a fantasy game?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah. No, you need to buy the whole product so that you can really find out.
Yeah, really. And then you gotta buy another one.
And then if you don't like D&D that much after that, and you want to do something else, you have to figure out from D&D.
No. You gotta buy D&D because it's so malleable, and it can do so many things. Then you were like, then it's like, oh, we really like horror. Okay, let's buy a whole other system now.
Right. Except
even though we really enjoyed this.
Let's be fair, there are so many horror systems too, and other like you got to figure out what you want from all of those too. Like this is like if we wanna go, if we wanna go money wise as their perspective of like things are expensive. Let's figure out what we want to do.
Yes.
Yeah, let's figure out what we want to do, spending as little money as possible. There are other ways, and I don't think advocating to buy the system that you might like, that you yourself have said, well, you might not even play that system entirely. Like, you might not even keep going with that. Like, come on. Do you not see what you're saying?
No.
I don't like trying to read comments in the shorts. Just keep repeating, and I can't mute them. Oh, dude, that does sound annoying. Yeah. I don't look at shorts. I refuse. I just don't. Yeah. Shorts are pretty pointless. No. The point is to try to get people, the TikTokers, to come over and watch the shorts. That's literally the point. That's it's for the baby minds who can't focus on one thing.
The shorts, they're very comfortable and they let you run through the grass.
Shorts are very comfortable and they do let you run through the grass. That's true.
Youngster Joey, no. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna send out my Rattata.
It's in the top percent.
Yeah, that's right.
And at the end of the day, we're all playing roleplay games. We're all rolling dice. We're all role-playing. We're all having a good time with friends. And that's specifically what matters. Yep. To try and help with this a little bit, I am actually going to talk about Monster of the Week next week. It's going to be a video that I go a little bit in depth onto the types of stories that Monster of the Week can create.
Sure.
I could tell you about how to play the game, but honestly, it's pretty simple, and there are plenty of videos out there. But I'm going to explain why it's a great storytelling system and how it relates to D&D and how you can translate from D&D over to it.
Man, we gotta watch that at some point for me to just go, well, you can also do this in D&D.
Yeah. And see, here's the other thing.
Yeah.
If you like Monster of the Week, if you want to do Monster of the Week and do all that, absolutely.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Since this is a less big RPG,
yeah,
they will probably necessarily have less companion books, right?
Yeah, I think Monsters of the Week is its own thing, and that's it, I think.
So, if you want to do a story that's like Monster of the Week in D&D, you have way more monster-related content to choose from.
Yeah.
Because you've got the Monster Manual, Volos, Mordenkainen's, the other Mordenkainen's book. Then you've got Kobold Press's Tome of Foe. What is it? Tome of Beasts? Tome of Beasts 2, Creature Codex, and Creature Codex 2. All four of those books are 400 pages, by the way.
Yep.
So you'll have a way more to pick from. So if all you need is a Monster of the Week, you've got a lot more to choose from if you still do D&D.
Sorry. Let me be clear. As I looked it up, there's also one other book, Monster of the Week, Tome of Mysteries. There you go. It has 2 books total for your system. Now I don't know how old this system is, to be fair, but I've heard about it a lot, so I think it's been out for a while. Let me find release date, just to, because it would matter in the sense of like if they're gonna make more to it.
And like hell, you can probably really easily just grab those 5e books and then just adapt it for Monster of the Week if that's doable. But still.
Well, here's the other thing that I saw Lux say. Here's another thing. The same genre in another system isn't necessarily going to be the same experience.
Indeed.
You might like that genre in D&D, but not actually like it in the other system. This is the whole thing. Mileage may vary in every case.
Yeah.
Every case. Yeah. Like it. I don't think the perspective of D&D is a monopoly because one, it isn't. First off, being a monopoly is the reason why we should stop playing D&D. I guess is like the predominant thing. Like if that's the way that you want to look at it, sure. I don't care. That could be your perspective, and that could be what you live by. Whatever. But I feel like we should instead look at the quality of the products, and not just that they are a big company. Right?
Yeah, like it doesn't
matter how big they are. It just matters what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, Arasaka totally didn't pay me to say this, but their fucking products are incredible. Their cyber is very safe, has a low humanity cost.
That's right. That's true. But yeah, I don't know, man. Let me just finish this out before I read more things, because it's only got like 10 seconds.
And hopefully, maybe I can make a series out of it if enough people are interested. But at the end of the day, I really just want everybody to have fun. So please go do that. And don't forget to go out into the world and make it your own.
Say make it true?
Make it your own.
Oh, make it your own. Oh, he just mixed his words together and I couldn't understand. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
It's another video where it's like it's a barely even bring up, like it doesn't
like
even
he's
need
trying
to be
to get
up.
to he's trying to get to the point of go out and do more things with other systems, but he's saying it in such a weird fucking way.
Yeah, it's such a weird cyclical argument that it doesn't work well.
It doesn't work. I just literally all I would say to just put that in a good way for people to take is just there might be systems out there that you would enjoy more than D&D, potentially. And honestly, keeping an open mind and broadening your horizons with TTRPGs is probably beneficial, more so than detrimental, because it could lead to you finding games that you really like, or systems that you really like class-based or skill-based or simplistic to, I guess it's more rules-heavy to rules-light kinds of things. Like all of these factors are out there, and you could probably find a system that's something that you really enjoy personally and you and your table really enjoy entirely. But again, your mileage may vary.
The other thing that I would say with trying other systems is the fact that if you get like I think it's mostly in the DMG where it has like the lore of the world and stuff.
Yes. Yep.
It has the lore of the world and the gods and all that kind of shit. But if you say try Call of Cthulhu, you'll be getting lore about 1920s America and like the world in which all these nameless horrors live. And so you'll be getting great exposure to other styles of writing and world building and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And that can easily translate back and forth between these things, because if you just buy D&D and you don't look up any of the lore of other things for yourself, all you're going to know is the what's the current setting? I forget.
Faerun.
Faerun, that's it. That's all you'll know. So,
Yeah, again, broadening your horizons. It's just good to do in general, right? Like
mine
it's
was
just
like a lot more long-winded and like better worded than just broadening your horizons. Like,
that's right.
Aiden's not here, so I gotta be long-winded for him.
That's alright, yeah. Oh, is that it? Also, I also don't care. Oh, is that something? Dude, I don't. This whole this video is like. You might like that genre. And, that's right. That's it. I don't care about TikTok. Just saying. That's what they're doing with TikTok. Yeah. TikTok is a pretty cool character in Return to Oz, though. I didn't watch Return to Oz. I've only seen The Wizard.
Remember when TikTok said it's TikTok in time?
I did. You ever see TikTok when they said talk tick? Man, crazy. Turned everybody.
Okay, so you know what? Speaking of that, I have to ask, because I realize that I don't actually know this for sure. You know how the meme, the meme, Morbin time.
Yeah, it's Morbin time. Yeah.
Was that actually said in the movie?
No.
Okay.
No.
Where the fuck did that come from then?
It's just I don't know the origins. I don't know, but it's funny as hell. Whatever.
Yeah, it is very funny, but I'm like,
and
where
it's
the
endured.
fuck Yeah.
I'm so glad that it's endured and it's changed to like everything because it's great.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Because it's just so stupid and good, though. Because, like,
Yeah.
you know,
It's
remember when
just
we did
funny.
that? Yeah. It's fucking. Remember when we did the fucking. Oh, man, it's man in time for me.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. When we were just talking
It just
about
had
just
that
random
fucking
shit.
collective
Yeah, yeah.
aneurysm.
Yeah. Oh, true. That TikTok was good. That's right. I still haven't really looked into 5e. Do they not have other published settings? No, they do.
Oh no,
absolutely
they do. But that's
the main setting is Faerun.
Yeah, that's the main one.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, small meteor changed me. I got it again.
Nice. You
What
should
the
get a
fuck?
screenshot of that.
Yeah, I should.
They have different settings like Greyhawk and
They've got Greyhawk. They've got
Dragonlance.
Yeah, Dragonlance's super good, dude.
They have Thessia or whatever that is.
Mystara as well.
Yep, Mystara. I don't know if those are current ones, but they do have a couple of those, I know for a fact. Like the Elemental Evil one that I was talking about is what is that place? It's not Faerun, it's different. I can't remember though. But yeah, they have a bunch of different settings. It's just that the main one, like for Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate and all of that, is Faerun. I guess Morbin Time is a play on Morphin Time. That might be all there is to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know why you're like, because it's not said.
I don't know.
It's not
who
said in the
originated
movie.
it. Yeah. Tell No Net Ones I really liked his new Wizard and Devils and Dice. Just saw that part. Okay. Okay. I'll let him know. Yeah. It's good. Okay. So that's that.
Not really irony, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's that, and we will go to comments, and then we'll close it out.
Oh shit!
Oh boy, what a day of videos, huh?
Yeah.
What a
fucking hell! I can't do it.
Oh, of like getting a screenshot.
Yeah, I can't do it because if I have to hold control.
Yep.
To keep my thing up.
Oh, true.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I can do it. Hang on. I can. Hang on. Let me see here. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Because this is a thing that I want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. There we go. Got it.
I have the book for the Ravenloft setting. I forgot I had it. Yeah, exactly. It also has Ravenloft, right? Nice.
So here, you know what? I'm gonna put this in fucking Discord, and you can show the people.
The people.
Just download the picture, screenshot too. Yeah, look at this shit. Look at this. It's fucking weird. See?
Whole media.
Fucking.
Well, here you go, the people.
Yeah. So it's Deep Rock Galactic. If you've never played it, it's a horde-based, objective-based co-op shooter.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
It's very fun. Very fun. And in the new season, there's like a plague from a space plague that's infecting rocks.
Mm-hmm.
And these meteors have bullshit in them. And this is a new one where normally you have an enormous fucking meteor, but these are like little tiny shards of it.
Yeah.
And they seem to not actually always have the thing in them. Interesting.
I actually check, because I think Deep Rock was on sale on Humble.
No.
Right. Yeah, I think it was.
Cool. Oh my god.
Yeah, it still is. It's 70% off. It's only $8.90.
Holy hell.
Like,
it's pretty good. It's a great deal.
Yeah. It's good. Anyway. So, comments. Timothy Martin on our last episode for Garabay's historian and writer. Said, hello everyone. Here he comes to confuse the day. It's Garabay, said in a superhero
God damn it.
voice. That's right. But overall, had a good time hanging out with the table, as always. Not really anything new to say on the Garabay topic, so how about a fun question for everyone? Ooh. What's your favorite board game / table game that's not a TTRPG? Ooh.
Does that, if it can include card games,
yes.
It would have to be either Red Flags or Cards Against Humanity.
Oh, really?
I fucking, dude, I love that game so much.
That's fair.
It just gets me.
That's fair.
Every time.
I find that I get bored of Cards Against Humanity, at least, because I've seen it all, and every time it's like, oh, this is the win card, you know. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
It gets a little boring after a while.
Yeah.
And you know, it's fine.
I think I probably haven't played it enough to see everything, and so I'm still entertained by a good deal of what's in there.
We used to play it a lot in college, so
that would be why. See, like when you guys and I started playing it, I had played it a grand total of about 3 times.
Yeah, fair enough. You still have it fresh. Yeah, no, I'm an old man with that one. I've seen it all.
I also very much like that. What was the one that you introduced me to? It wasn't like Dread or Grim or something. Was it? Where
Gloom.
You kill people?
Gloom.
That's it. Gloom was very fun.
Yeah, Gloom is one of my favorites too. Absolutely. It's really fun to just destroy people's lives.
Yeah, I even have Gloom Thulu.
Yeah, me too. I have that in the expansion.
And then what I really would like to play is I'd love to play Arkham Horror.
Oh yeah, I do want to play Arkham Horror at some point too. Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I played Eldritch Horror and I own that, but
is that what it is? I might be
there's
the name wrong.
Two. There's a few different ones. Arkham Horror is a different one too. Eldritch Horror is the one that has the big map that you go everywhere, and Arkham Horror I think is just in Arkham.
Yes, yeah, the Arkham Horror. That's the one that I would like.
Yeah,
to play.
I've not played that one yet.
Eldritch Horror seems like it'd be really pretty taxing.
It takes a while, but it is really fun. I like it a lot.
Cosmic Encounter is also fucking fantastic.
Yeah, the one time that we played that, I really liked it.
When I was TikTok and I was, oh my god. Oh my god, I was TikTok. Oh my god, I hate it. Anyway, I was TikTok and I was trolling the shit out of you guys because it's like, hey, you guys want to like do anything?
Yeah.
No, because my counter's gonna go up and then I just win.
Right. Yeah.
It's really dumb. Evolution is also fun.
Yeah. I'm looking at my board games right now. They're right over here. I really like Villainous.
Okay.
It's been really like my friends and I have played it a lot as of getting it, and it's been really fun. Like it's probably one of the few Disney products that's newer that I go, yeah, absolutely get that.
Okay.
Because it's I don't know, it's really fun.
Another one that's really good is Fireball Island.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, dude, Fireball Island's fucking sick because a company made like a new version of it, and I own it. It's really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other end of my things. I have a lot of board games now.
Crossfire, fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
Crossfire.
Crossfire.
You get caught up in the crossfire. God damn it.
Happy Little Dinosaurs is cute, and I like it a lot.
I also love everything by the people who made Exploding Kittens.
Yeah, they made Happy Little Dinosaurs.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember Bears versus
Bears
Babies.
versus Babies. Yeah, that was great.
We were losing our shit at that.
Yeah, that was really fun.
And I guess if it counts, another board game that I love is Warhammer.
Yeah.
I don't know if that counts, but
Codenames as well. I really like Codenames. I like word association games a lot. They're really fun. There's one that one of my friends has that's called Headbands. Where it's just that you have it's literally just guess the word on somebody on your own head, right?
Oh yeah,
and it's like
I've seen.
Yeah, it's like 20 questions, but like you're trying to figure out what you are. It's great.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Foil, Hog, and Arms, I think they're called?
No.
Okay, so they do a lot of videos where it's like trying to get past Canadian immigration. And they have like these really funny videos where these funny jokes where it's like the dish of poutine consisting of gravy, fries, and cheese is usually consumed in what state? Drunkenness. Yes, that's correct. It's really good.
That's good.
And like, what is the extremely popular thing that people go to Amsterdam to visit? And it's it's known the world over. And they're like, oh, come on. We know what we're talking about. It's the bridges. It's the bridges, of course.
That's right. That's true. Yeah.
What is the main export of Holland? Weed. Yes, right.
Nice.
Something like it's great.
Yeah.
But they did a video where it's like countries try to guess each other, and they were playing that game.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's like, is my economy shit? It's like, yeah. It's like, oh shit, I'm France.
That's great. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, really funny.
Headbands can get really fun with that kind of stuff, where you just ask these weird questions, and
yeah,
it really takes a lot because you got to remember everything you asked, and you have to. It's good times. It's really good.
Yeah.
I really hope my comment was better thought out than my brain remembers it being. Well, we'll get there. Don't worry. I'm sure it's fine. I guess we'll see. I actually like Risk best out of all the board games. Not too creative me, but that's how it is. I really like Risk. Everybody that I've played with hates me when I play Risk because I have won. I have won every time I've played Risk. Because I don't know. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't understand. Like, I don't even start in fucking Australia. It's great. I don't know. And people hate me. It's great, though.
So wait, why is starting in Australia good?
You can be dug in. Like, you don't have to worry about people coming into Australia, usually. You can defend it really well.
I see.
Pass the board game question to Aiden if he wants to say something on it. I will. I'll ask him next time around. No worries. Yeah. There's a Mule board game I own, but I have never played. It might be up there if I actually did play it, but I can't say that yet. I don't know what Mule is. MULE. That's the abbreviation. I don't know what that is. I like Risk 2. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I really like board games. I do want to play Lords of Waterdeep again at some point because
that's a fun one. Yeah,
we played that before. Yeah, we used to play that a little bit on Tabletop Sim, and I bought the physical copy because I really liked it, and I've not played it myself yet, like with anybody. But it's really fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
Anyway, continue with the comment. Oh, Mule is pretty obscure at this point, so you'd have to look it up. Okay, I'll do so. Anyway. As for me, there are hundreds of board games that I love the rules and look of, but have not played. I really want to someday, and as for I have played, I will pick chess in all its forms. Can't go wrong with any of them, actually. I have a small collection of chess sets of different types. There's a YouTube channel that I like called Ancient Chess that goes into the history of these types of chess and how to play them if you're interested.
That's cool.
Anyways, that's all I got. I wanted to just say... lol, Garabe. So hopefully I did a good job. Now off I go to watch the next episode of Devils and Dice. Still behind on that. Have a nice day, bros. Hey, you good? Thank you. Yeah, I like chess as well. I'm bad at chess, but I like it. I used to play it a bit on my phone for like the chess app. That was fun.
I used to be fairly good at it, but I haven't played it in years.
Yeah, my sister did it for a while, and she actually knew like strategies and shit. And I was just like, oh. Neat. I did.
Like actual shit.
Yeah, she knew a little bit of it. And then we played once, and I beat her, and I was like, nice.
Yeah, and she's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, basically. But yeah, as for like hundreds of board games that haven't played, like same. I want to broaden my board games, like playing a lot because there are so many good ones out there. There's one that I own. It's literally a Sherlock Holmes based one that you just or you can do it cooperatively or competitively or whatever, but it's like Clue, but like you actually have to figure out. Yeah, you actually have to figure out like who the person is and shit with more than just like it's
with like actual clues.
Yeah, and I like Clue as much as I like Clue. This seems more involved, and I like that more. You know.
Mm-hmm. Plus, you're a big Sherlock Holmes fan.
I am. I really am. Yeah.
Yeah.
I follow a lot of chess grandmasters on YouTube. That's cool, Timothy. Yeah.
Oh.
I used to watch.
Wait, you don't follow him on TikTok?
I used to watch chess being played, and it's very intense to watch. I really like watching chess.
Speaking of that, something that I have seen that is actually very interesting to watch, sumo.
Oh, okay.
Like
interesting.
Real life sumo, very interesting.
Okay.
Because if you know the rules of sumo, and then you start seeing how the wrestlers like are trying to win, it's really amazing.
Okay, cool.
It also helps that I watched an anime called Hinomaru Sumo, and it's fucking sick as hell. It's like JoJo, like actually,
yeah,
where there's like high school students and they're built like fucking, they're built like Brock fucking Lesnar.
Yeah.
It's great, but it's really really interesting because they actually go into a lot of techniques and shit, and
sick.
It's very interesting.
Okay, yeah. Oh, Timothy says, I love sumo so much. Hell yeah. There you go.
Yeah, if you like anime and you like sumo, watch Hinomaru Sumo. It's really good.
There you go. Look, says, basically with Mule, 4 players are trying to colonize a planet. You can either cooperate and make sure the colony succeeds, or everyone can screw each other over. Hell yeah.
That's cool.
Nice.
This is like one of the biggest fucking rooms I've ever seen.
And that anime about sumo too. Yeah, okay. So Timothy's already heard of it. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Cool. All right. Next comment was on Devils and Dice Session 7.
Oh my god.
It's Timothy Martin. Hey.
Oh my god.
Please tell me the party catches more beetles. It's a gold mine if my character... it's a gold mine. If my character Leroy was around, he would probably try to strike a deal with the owner lady and maybe get at least 10% of the winnings from the bouts the beetles you can catch, or that you catch, bring in. Not sure how well that plan would work, however. Still need to make a stat sheet for Leroy. But not an idea overall. Not an idea. Ideal. Overall, I think have or not an idea overall. Ideal overall. I think is the word. Anyway, have a nice day and safe travels to Mez, Muzzle, Boris, and their ghostly guide.
Oh man.
Quick fix for my fast typing. It was not a bad idea overall. I see. Okay, there you go. Oops. There you go.
Don't give them ideas. Come on.
Yeah, don't give them ideas.
Trust me, they've got plenty of money.
Yeah, you'll see.
Yeah, you'll see. It's a little fucky. But it's a very interesting. It's a very interesting conversation at the time.
Yeah, man, so long ago.
Yeah, right.
That's crazy.
Man, it's been, how long have we been playing that campaign? Like, has that been over
2 years?
Now?
I think.
Jesus Christ! I gotta end that shit. Next session, okay.
Yeah.
Fucking
over.
It's the last one. Fuck all of you.
Yeah. All right. And then Lux on episode 126, our last one, with Garibay.
Yeah, the guy, the boy,
the man, the myth,
the legend.
When I started writing this comment, I thought it would be another short one, but then it got longer. It's funny how that works. It pretty much hits the nail on the head when you say that Garibay starts to make a good point, but then he loses it by attaching too much gravitas. It's either that, or he just runs with a poor way of phrasing what he's trying to say. That's part of it, at least, though he also comes up with some ideas that just aren't true along the way. Where I believe he's coming from, with this whole series of videos is that, in his view, mastering of all these skills is necessary in order to become the best DM you can be. That's not how he would phrase it, though, because he thinks DMing is serious business, and it's therefore a given that you have to be the best at it. Yeah, you're right. To him, the word mastery in Dungeon Master implies mastery of skills, whereas the rest of us use that term to imply mastery over the game world. In other words, mastery to him means proficiency, whereas to us it means control in this context. Yes.
Good way to put it.
Coming from that angle, I do actually agree that studying history and gaining proficiency as a writer are important, and I would even go so far as to say necessary for becoming the best DM you could possibly be. That's a theoretical statement, though, because becoming the best of anything you could possibly be is an aspirational goal, not one that anybody can truly achieve. No matter how far you go, you can always improve. Yes, I agree. And again, it's not necessary if you want to just run a good game, but it is something that you can go into, as we've said before, if you want to improve more so. So, yeah. On the point of history, I don't consider Garibay's argument to be a good one. Oh. Don't
worry, we don't either.
Even the good point he made, that you can take events from history and base your story on them, isn't the reason why I think historical knowledge is necessary. Oh, good. The actual reason is that when you study history, you'll begin to understand how things about society work. What really matters isn't the fact that certain events occurred, but the underlying reason of why they did. Once you start to understand what makes society tick in the real world, you will then be better equipped to decide how it should function in your fictional world. At that point, you can start to present something with more depth to it than just a generic world of fantasy tropes. Yes, trope world is fine for a D&D game, but it's not the best you can do. Even if your story is set in modern times or the future, being familiar with how society has functioned in the past can still inform your decisions on how it will continue to operate. Oh yeah, because the history repeats itself. We all know this.
Yeah.
No, Leroy would totally mess up Devils and Dice, not gonna lie, that's just how the character is. It's fair. Don't worry about it. That said...
Oh, don't worry. Boris does that.
True. That said, you can never learn all of history. At some point, if you're going to run a game, you have to actually put pen to paper and create a scenario. Nobody should feel discouraged from actually DMing just because they haven't learned everything there is to learn yet. Yeah, exactly. Which is what Garibay would do to people if they actually took him seriously. Before I talk about writer, there's a need to define terminology here. Since Garibay separated storytelling from writing, I'm going to do the same. Writing will henceforth refer to the art of creating a story, and storytelling will mean the act of communicating that story to the audience. Fair enough. Essentially, for the sake of this comment, writing is what you do when you're away from the table, and storytelling is what you do at the table. Good way to put it. So it seems fairly obvious that developing your skill at creating a story would be important if you're going to run a story-based game. For an RPG specifically, you need to be able to create an adaptive story, one that can change in response to the actions of your players. This places an especially high importance on knowing who your own characters are, your NPCs, so that you can decide how they will respond to any changes your player brings about in the world. Did those characters have any plans that the players might have disrupted? Did the players kill someone's cousin? Was that evil lord they defeated a regular person of an international business consortium, and now has to find a way to make up for lost profits? Basically, the skill of a writer as it relates to role-playing lies in deciding how the state of the world will logically change as a result of the player's actions. Even when you're trying to run a sandbox-style game, plotlines are still going to happen. People in the world are trying to do things, and if the players get themselves involved, a chain of events is going to follow. And you need to be able to make that compelling. Also, players aren't generally going to want to just wander around doing nothing. You'll need to start putting plot hooks in their path, have plans for what will happen if they follow those plot hooks, as well as plans for how the state of the world will change if they don't. Even if all the players decide to do is run a store, the customers who come through need to have lives. Yes. Again, you can just throw... What?
Unless they're undead.
True, yeah.
Sorry.
Again, you can just throw together a string of ad hoc encounters for the party on a week-by-week basis, but you can do better than that. Even if you do follow that approach, you still should try to build a coherent world out of it over time, and not just forget about everything that happened in the previous session. Players will tend to stop caring if what they do ultimately doesn't matter because there's no consistent world for them to affect. I'm not saying all of them will, but it's hard to stay invested in something that doesn't matter. Overall, nobody should be discouraged from DMing, but you should try to do your best. Quite the opposite of Garibay, I would say that anyone who wants to DM should try it, and the situation is nowhere near as dire as he makes it sound. It is, however, quite possible to crash and burn. Yes, horror stories exist. That does happen, especially to new DMs, and it can be upsetting. You should definitely make an effort to avoid that outcome and not take your success for granted. But anyone can fail at anything, so don't let that discourage you either. Very good.
Sorry.
What's up? Oh,
remember how in Deep Rock when we would kill the rolling bugs, they would just like stand up?
Yes.
I killed one in midair. So
it's just like flying.
It's just posted up in fucking midair.
Nice.
Sorry.
No, you're good. No, but very good comment. I agree with you.
Yes, I do as well.
It's like it's almost like you have critical thought as opposed to someone who we covered
who does not.
where
and the other
he
ones.
seems very much to, he
Yep.
he inflates his importance, for some reason, and I don't get it. I just don't. And the importance of every single person in the world. It's
Yeah.
like, come on.
It might be good for views, maybe.
It's not.
Oh.
I think the same voice actor plays Yuma in the Sumo anime. He played Godot in the Phoenix Wright anime. Whoa.
Really?
I've not watched the Phoenix Wright anime yet. I do want to watch that at some point, just because it's just more Phoenix Wright.
Yeah. Have you played Great Ace Attorney Chronicles?
No, I still need to get that too. I need to get the newer ones, honestly. Still.
Have you played Dual Destinies?
Is that the one with Athena and?
Yes.
Yes, I did play that one.
Okay, yeah, that one's really fucking good. I like
Yeah,
the
I
what
like
the
that.
okay.
I liked what's his face, the guy, the head of the academy, who's the ends justify the means.
The fucking
Yeah.
the guy who looks like a fucking statue.
A statue, yeah, he looks
God,
like
I
Plato
hated
and all
that guy.
that.
He was such a bastard.
Oh, he is, and that's why I like him so much.
Oh, I know.
Right? Because he's
Yeah.
literally like, and I get his perspective, but man, is it fucked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's great.
I
glad
love
could-
the samurai guy with
Yeah,
the hawk.
yeah.
I forget his name.
Oh god,
Simon Blackwell. Yeah.
Yes, Blackwell. Yes.
Yeah, dude.
Yep. Edgy
And
boy.
dude, in Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, the fucking rival guy is a fucking vampire.
Oh.
Not actually, but he's
right.
he looks exactly like a fucking vampire. It's
That's
great.
cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Glad I communicated more competently than I remembered. Oh yeah, you're good. Don't worry about that.
Oh, and you know what? You know the detective, how it's usually like Gumshoe and shit?
Wasn't it a Sherlock Holmes like person?
Herlock Sholmes.
Right, Herlock Sholmes. That's right.
Oh,
yeah.
God,
It's
he's so
really
fucking
bad
annoying.
that. But yeah, all hail
Yeah,
Edgeworth. Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah, no, Edgeworth's fucking great.
Fucking.
Although, dude, Clavier and Apollo, so good.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, their dynamic is also great.
Yeah,
I
just
really,
like Apollo the most.
That's fair. Apollo is a good character. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I remember when I played the Edgeworth game itself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, what's it called? Miles Edgeworth
Investigations.
Yes, that's right. Ace Attorney Investigations. Dude, that was great because it was just like I liked the visual process of the logic connections and such and all that. That was really because it really set him apart from how Phoenix does stuff, and it really felt natural and good.
Yeah, it felt like Edgeworth. And
it really did.
Just,
and I was so
Phoenix just kind of bullshitting his way through.
Yeah, I love Phoenix so much, but man, he's so bad.
Oh yeah,
I love him. Fucking, I wish we got the sequel to that. That was apparently Japan only. I think that was a thing.
And then also, what's his name? The guy who's like in the wolf pack, you know? The investigator who's like the head wolf or something. Fuck, what was his name?
I can't remember that.
Ah, shit. Damn it. What the fuck was his name?
Apparently in the Japanese version, Herlock Sholmes is just called Sherlock Holmes. Oh. Well.
I mean,
they do the thing in every English version where they give them wacky names, so I guess I see why they did it, but at the same time, just give me... It's also, it would be weird to just have Sherlock Holmes as just being in there, I guess, so...
Yeah.
Because it's not him.
Yeah, oh no, it's not him.
From just looking at him, I immediately, and seeing some of the animation, like, sprites at work there, I'm like, yeah, that's not Sherlock Holmes. Like, I know.
Yeah, and God, he's so fucking annoying.
I bet.
Because, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think that's it.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you again, of course, to our patrons. That is Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, Lux Serpeni, and our Tier 1. Thank you all, of course, for contributing monetarily. If you want to, of course, you can go in our description or go on Patreon and search us up, TableTalk, Discussion, and Discourse. We're up there. You can You can do that. If you don't want to, that's fine too. And, of course, if you're at this point, consider subscribing. Consider it. Get us popular enough that we can also have a plushie. Because every single person in the world on YouTube has a plushie now. And I want one. I want to make 3 plushies of all 3 of us. Yeah. And it would be super cool. So get us.
What's yours gonna be? Is it just gonna be a face?
No, it would be me as a void person, as I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and with the headphones and everything. Oh man. Sick.
So is that gonna be like a new? You should make that into like an actual avatar where it's like just a shadow dude.
Yeah, I think because like having it just be me, but like a shadow man. That's what I want. Like this art style is good. I like it.
So I like Shadow Man from fucking Internet Historian, Shadow Man?
No, I'm not that cool. But no, I like the idea of it just being the white outline of me just in the void, you know? Yeah. I like that a lot. So I think I'll look into the commission stuff because I have thought about using it as like a PNG for like PNG tuber video things, right? Like you've seen those. Like yeah.
Wait, you mean like a VTuber?
Well, it's so you have your VTuber stuff, which is the 3D models most of the time, right? But then PNG tuber is the reference to just people who use just static images, right?
Oh,
yeah. So you got your reviewers who have like the static image of like their animal avatar person, or all that kind of stuff.
Their persona.
Yeah, exactly. And if I did that, it would be a bear.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, everyone knows.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, I'll think. It's one of those things of like, I'll do it at some point. Maybe we'll see. But at the moment, I want to get us backgrounds for the show. I want a new because we've had this one for years now, and it's not as representative of the show as much as I want it to be now. It seems very generic.
Like more.
I want it to be more like a table. With dice on it that maybe roll every now and then. They're just like, and all that kind of stuff, and just have our logo on it as well, and just I don't know. I just want it to fit us more, and be more focused on what we do. Because again, it feels generic at this point because it is like
because we are generic.
Well, yeah, and and anyone could just get this in a different color, basically, with the same kind of logo placement and everything. And so, it's one of those things where I look at, I've lamented this before, where you go and you search up like stream background art, and all the portfolio stuff all looks exactly the same. Like, and it's so annoying because it's mostly for Twitch stuff, and I'm just like, I just want a good background thing though.
No.
But yeah, anyway, that's enough of me lamenting of things to come and things that have been and things that should be and are never going to be potentially. Who knows? Go buy our dice as well. That's a thing.
Yeah. As long as the money makes it to us, we don't care.
No, I just want people to have these dice. They're good, and they're all in a box over there. 2 boxes specifically over here, right next to me. That they're all. I could shake it for you if I got up and actually got it, but I won't. But I have so many dice. I want
for other people.
Yeah, they're all for other people. I don't want these dice anymore, please.
You ought to play Warhammer and then roll all the TableTalk D6s.
That's right. Yeah. Anyway, boo plushie, hell yeah. Yeah, that would be sick. I would legitimately, all those, like, I have a makeshift plushie for Viscera cleanup detail. Because they put one out for the janitor, and it's super cool. It's just a little janitor guy.
Yeah, it's just a janitor guy.
He's got the mop and everything, and it's really good quality. Like, fucking hell,
Yeah.
And that means
it's a good game.
It's one of my favorites of all time. Just
me too. Really you never play it, but fucking fun.
Yeah, I do sit down to play it every now and then just to clean a level because I'm like, I
just kind of want to clean something. I just want to,
I've yet to get or I've yet to start Lawnmower Simulator because I have that too, and apparently that's really satisfying.
How about fucking Pressure Washer Simulator?
That is what I need that too. Yes,
God damn it,
dude. It's this,
I know.
Yeah, like, you know the feeling.
I know.
But yeah, anyway, get us popular so that we can have plushies. That's what I
also
want.
Give us money.
That's all.
Get us popular so we can make plushies so that we can have money.
What? No, I just want the
plushies.
I just want plushies. I just want a plushie of me now, you know? And I just want plushies of all of us, and I want
Let's
that
just go on
little...
Fiverr and fucking commission one, you shitter.
No, I want the good, really good quality one.
You could get a really good quality.
I could, but then it wouldn't represent what I want it to, because it's more about the channel and the community.
Yeah, it's basically
right?
You just bought it as opposed to people buying it for us.
Well, no, no, it's just the acknowledgement that we had gotten to that point, really.
Yeah,
at the end of the day. Anyway, that's enough rambling. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. We'll see you next week.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Or Thursday or tomorrow or whenever you upload some shit.
That should be coming out, I think.
Yeah,
if I didn't upload it already. I don't remember. All right, goodbye.